athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, you know, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are going to understand that they're going to have to get their fitness in every day. They're going to have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're going to eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not going to sit on their butt all day, you know, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
'19 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Just walk out,
Today, you know, I just like, you know, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, you know, being competitive and, you know, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. You know, I think there's something, you know, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, you know, just compete against the world. You know, that's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, you know, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, you know, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are going to understand that they're going to have to get their fitness in every day. They're going to have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're going to eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not going to sit on their butt all day, you know, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission. Right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out, Jesse?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff.
2020. I'm Megan Baker, President and CEO of Baker Public Relations. We are live from the Albany Capitol Center. We have another terrific panel discussion here for you today. This topic focuses on esports in high school and college and the real world, how to get recruited, and how to blend esports and academics, which is a $1 million question, right? I want to go ahead and introduce our panelists right now. We have Neil Malvone, the Collegiate Sports Management Group and professor at Caldwell University, Michael Leksinski, UAlbany head esports coach, Bob Stranahan, head coach at HVCC, creator of Mohonasen High School's esports program, and Patrick Fillon, director of athletics, head men's basketball coach, Bryant and Stratton College. Thank you so much, and we welcome all of you here today.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So my pleasure. First question here that I have for all of you is, what can high schoolers do now to prepare for college play? Anyone want to take that?
Sure, I'll start. I thought you were going to call on us individually, but I can start by saying that one thing that high schoolers need to do is obviously continue to play, but they need to start to get noticed. If we use the traditional sport model as an example, the more opportunities they have to play in front of coaches will help them get recruited. For example, showcase events, joining companies like eFuse, which is a Facebook for gamers, or being part of the high school esports league will help them get the repetitions that they need for the coaches to see what talent level they're at, and also start to assess their character and what they are behind and off of the gaming systems.
Michael,
and further, I'd add to that their talent will certainly show for itself through any showcases and things of that nature, as has been previously mentioned, but also to advocate for themselves. I mean, the recruiting process is such that coaches will look for talent, but if there's a university or college that a student has any interest in, then they can certainly reach out to those coaches and send emails. And if they have any, footage of them competing, then certainly that helps the coach as well if they're not familiar with that student. So if they can advocate for themselves, I think that's a huge step for them to let coaches know not just of their interest, but also of their talent level.
Yeah, I think from the perspective of students looking to be involved with esports, I think it's just like esports in general, it's very much an evolving area. So there's the competitive aspect of esports, which is represented, collegiate competition, professional competition, things of that nature. But then there's also the content creators and the streamers. And those are people like you see on Twitch that have audiences of millions and millions of people, and in some cases that make millions and millions of dollars a year. I think you also have a third segment of young people looking to get into games and in esports, and that was really represented by the industry panel that was given earlier this morning, which looks at the sorts of jobs and career opportunities for students. And those are some of the things that, not only as my role as head coach and director of UAlbany Esports, that we're looking at the competitive side, but I'm also a professor. I've been with the university since 2012. So we're looking at the integration of esports and gaming into our academic curriculum, which I'm sure will be, one of the questions and things we'll discuss today. But it's really an evolving area, and there's lots of different aspects, as Neil mentioned, being in the game and getting your reps in, and to Patrick's point, getting the footage, marketing yourself and positioning yourself are very important on the competitive side. And then Neil also mentioned the idea of character, I think is very important as well. Being a well-rounded student and being a student who's also committed to their academic success is a big part of the equation, I think, in high school and in collegiate esports as it evolves.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, advocating in schools through, like you said, high school esports league or play versus. So getting teams in schools, advocating to your athletic directors, kind of building programs, just because if you show interest as a student, it shows that it is a real thing. And then realizing that as a student, you're your own brand, like you are a brand, like whether that's your Twitch channel, whether that, whatever it is, like you are a brand. And it is attitude, it is gameplay, but it's not just sharing clips, it's being part of a team. And it really depends on what game you're talking about. There's a difference between playing Fortnite by yourself and then playing a team game like Overwatch, because they might need roles. You know, if you're a really good support and UAlbany or somebody needs a support, that might be, hey, let me send some clips to UAlbany. They might need, you know, or just little things like that. So realizing you're a brand and then advocating for esports, possibly in your own school, I think are very important at a high school level.
How early does esports recruitment begin? And is there a difference between traditional athletics and sports versus esports when it comes to recruitment?
I think, you know, again, if we use the traditional sport model, I don't think there's an early age. I think if you're a gamer that and you have talent and people notice that, the schools, the colleges, the coaches will start to see that as well. I know, again, there's middle school leagues starting around the country. You know, Texas is starting middle school associations. So I don't think age is as big a factor as it might be in traditional sport. And of course, without any compliance issues from the NCAA or eligibility issues to worry about, there's no dark periods, there's no contact periods. So that recruitment can start at any age, at any time. So I think age isn't really a factor. But again, it still comes back down to that level of character. And I think, you know, the maturity level at a 12-year-old is certainly going to be a lot different than a 16-year-old. So coaches certainly have to be mindful of that. But keeping a player of that age on your radar is certainly not a bad idea.
And that's a great point. And again, as we talk about character as well, and as Bob had mentioned in his last statement, that maybe you're a role player, maybe you're a support player in a particular game. If you are, striving to be that person that's out front, that's terrific, and that speaks to your individual confidence. But the character is going to shine through long term. And as far as age and recruitment, referencing the traditional sport model, I agree. I don't think the age matters as they get on in high school. That their maturity level will obviously increase with each passing year. You hope, and but as far as from a recruitment standpoint, as soon as they have an idea, as soon as that student, that individual has an idea of what they'd like to do and where they'd like to go, again, which speaks to what I said earlier about advocating for themselves, they should go for it. Now, obviously, it's more of a challenge with middle school students. If you're getting emails from 12-year-olds, that doesn't really help you. But if they are in high school and they have a sense of what direction they want to go in, then I think they should move forward with their process.
I think also to put in perspective the growth and acceleration of esports within the last few years, I think to say it's a hockey stick is an understatement, especially what's happening at the collegiate level, but also at the professional level with Twitch viewership. You have an event like the League of Legends Finals, which actually has more viewers than the Super Bowl. You're seeing stadiums like the Staples Center, Madison Square Garden, Olympic stadiums throughout the world being sold out for esports events. To put in perspective, and also to give a little bit of a shout out to the ECAC and CEG and the Albany Capital Center and the team behind this event this year, I brought 3 students to the H3 GamerCon last year, 3 students. We had some great conversations with Dan Coonan from the ECAC, and we're really proud to be a part of the event, to see the production quality, to see the jumbotrons and the multiple stages and the thousands of people. We went from 3 students and worked really hard at the university over the summer to where we now have over 100 students on our competitive team. We won multiple championships in our first year. We're a co-ed team of all class years, of all majors. We built a program based on the opportunities and the sort of incubation, the acceleration that this event in particular really helped us to do. And within 2 weeks of our announcement of our program, we had hundreds of students at the university who wanted to participate. So I think you're going to continue to see growth, with what HVCC is doing now with Bob's program. And Bob and I actually met last year at H3 GamerCon for the first time as well. So there's this idea of community, I think, especially right here in the Capital District, that's very, very special with the industry, with the academic partners, with just the energy that we have, and the work we've done at the University of Albany, I think, is really a testament to all of the possibilities that are only going to continue as far as I'm concerned.
Michael, you made a really good point that I'd like to build on a little bit. Is it's beyond the gaming interest, right? So if you have a gaming interest, that's fine. But some of us found our passions in other places, whether it was in journalism, in drama, in production, in any audio visual club that you might be in. Those opportunities are available across college campuses now. Education departments across the country are now creating shoutcaster programs, and so you're learning behind the camera, in front of the camera. If you have a passion for something, there's a spot for you in esports, and I don't think there's an age where you shouldn't start thinking about the things you like to do and seeing what kind of career you can build off of it.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game, as you said, the ability to be on camera, the commentary, the off camera, the technical, the considerations of OBS and broadcasting and streaming. There are so many opportunities, the cybersecurity, the networking, the hardware, the software, the content creation. This is just a tremendous opportunity. It is much bigger than gaming and just sports. Absolutely.
Bob, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we're all, we're colleges or we're high schools, like we're academic environments, and it's like teaching, how to utilize OBS, not just in esports avenue, but in many different avenues, looking at the access. I mean, I'm starting a program at Hudson Valley this year, and everything's online. So getting students, recruiting students is the toughest challenge for me. And a lot of them have no idea because they didn't have esports teams in high school. So when they get to Hudson Valley, they're going there for whatever they're pursuing for their degree, but they don't even know that we have it. So I think like as it grows down and we're going to have 12-year-olds realizing, oh, esports, like 99% of colleges have esports. Cool. I can, get better at this craft, or I can do this. And oh, UAlbany has like an esports program where I can learn the ins and outs of esports. Wow, that's really awesome. So I think just it being broader and having more access but yeah, I think it's just growing and growing. Like you said, hockey stick really doesn't even describe it, to the least.
Michael had mentioned about how he had 3 players and it's grown to over 100, just in a year's time. How are you all getting buy-in from administrators to expand these programs, and has it been a challenge?
Well, I can speak on behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group. We're partners with the ECAC, the 4-year college governing body for esports, and we're partners with the NJCAA, which is the 2-year college association, and they created NJCAAE for esports last year. The NJCAAE started with 40 schools last year. They're nearly at 100 this year. So the buy-in has been good at the 2-year level of schools. And the ECAC has grown by 25% since last year as well. So it's an interesting growth. Again, the hockey stick metaphor is a good one. Some administrators, some conference commissioners want nothing to do with esports. And quite frankly, that's very short-sighted, not only on behalf of of themselves, but on behalf of their schools in their conference, because the schools are participating whether they want to do it or not. And why not create that organized structure, that governing body, to make sure it's being played properly and well organized and well structured. So the buy-in is still a work in progress, but what I've seen again with our company in the last 12 months has been the buy-in is happening more and less opportunity for pushback. And of course, without traditional sports this fall, there has been a tremendous amount of outreach to say, how do we fill our time? How do we keep our students and our athletes engaged? And that's been a great conversation that we've been having all summer and into the beginning of the fall here.
And the buy-in, I think, is a critical piece of this. So at Bryant Stratton College, what the way we've gotten into it, so our parent organization from an athletic standpoint is the United States Collegiate Athletic Association. So each year the USCAA has their annual convention. And last year, one of the breakout sessions was esports on campuses and how do we get that started. And with the phenomenon of esports, I thought this would be a great breakout session to go to learn a little bit more about it and where it was, where it is, and where it's going. The moderator of the panel is I believe he was the director of athletics at Southern Maine Community College. They made the announcement that they were going to start an esports program, and they were flooded with inquiries and applications just from students that wanted to be a part of this. And in this day and age of higher education, which a lot of smaller schools as we are, where enrollment is a big, big deal, this would be another avenue where we could drive enrollment in addition to also giving students an opportunity to get their degree while competing in their chosen esports platform. When I brought the information back to our administration and told them of how the growth occurred at a handful of other colleges, it was almost immediate. There was no pushback. There was no questions about, well, how do we do this and how would we go about it? Was, okay, how can we start it? What are the ins and outs of it? And so that was the convention that I attended was in June of last year. As we speak right now, our esports arena is up and running, and we have 10 stations, and we've had a ton of applicants that have interest to compete. And I think it goes hand in hand with what Neil had brought up with right now, traditional on-field, on-court sports they're in a gray area. And so this gives those esports competitors a chance to pursue their degree in addition to their continue to compete in their chosen game.
Yeah, in terms of the buy-in, there's a couple elements here I think that are really important. To both Patrick and Neil's points, esports, Steph Curry has an interest, a financial interest investment in an esports team. The Houston Rockets, the New England Patriots, NBA athletes, NFL athletes, really esports is a crossover. I think they play games, they stream on Twitch, they make investments into esports properties. When the NBA was not playing, ESPN broadcasted Kevin Durant playing NBA 2K on ESPN. There's been NASCAR races, iNASCAR, Tour de France was virtual this year. This was really in the challenging times of what's happening in the world with the pandemic. Esports, in many respects, has been the only sport that's been able to compete. As we know, traditional sports are not able to occur at this time. And so there has been a degree of new perspective, I think, that people have for esports. And there are so many benefits to esports that come from a traditional framework. Being a former student athlete myself, understanding what teamwork is, understanding what leadership is, understanding what looking at your game film and understanding the ins and outs of the game, those things all translate to esports. And in terms of buy-in, we have over 100 students on our team, which also encompass content creators and students interested in social media and all of these areas. But we have over 400 students on our list. So we anticipated maybe 20 to 60 students as our initial team, and we have interest from over 400 just in our first year. Really, I think that speaks to the fact that students are playing games already on campus. They're already gamers, they're playing in the dorms, they're connecting with people all over the world through games. We have multiple clubs on campus, which are run by students as student activities and engagements through our club organization. And then ultimately, the thing I think at our particular university in our scenario is everyone from our president to our vice presidents, our provost, our deans, they understand what's happening globally with games and with esports, and they understand the opportunities. In the previous panel today, the panelists spoke about the jobs. They're all hiring, and they're all hiring here in the Capital District. And many of these jobs in STEM and in STEAM, they're very well-paying jobs. They're wonderful career paths. And so our administration has been really visionaries, I think, and leaders in this respect, that they understand how this all works together and is more than just about gaming. It's really about the opportunity for the students, and that's what we're really looking to do and blend the academic opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think you guys have really pioneered. I mean, the last we talked, the last HV GamerCon was when we met, and I was, didn't even have a program at Mohan at the time, and then I've started a program, participated in 2 seasons, and now here we are. And it's very student driven. I mean, I started a Discord for Hudson Valley 2-3 weeks ago, and we have over 50 people now. And it's just constant coming in. Oh, I just heard about it. I just heard about it. And they're just filling out the forms. And, I just think that it's just so student led, it's student driven. Like you said, they're at home, they're playing games anyway. We have 10 games, 10 opportunities per season. Like there's so many teams, there's so many individual opportunities for these students to participate in esports. I just think it's a fantastic offering. The ECAC has a ton of games. The NJCAAE has a ton of games, and it's just a great opportunity for these students to participate. They might have been playing Rocket League forever and not had an opportunity at a high school level. Maybe played in tournaments or maybe just played at their house, but now they're having those opportunities while at the academic institutions that they're going to and participating in. And I just think it's an awesome opportunity, and it's just growing.
Bob, since
Megan.
you helped push, the program at Mohanison, I just want to follow up with that thought for a second and ask basically all of you this question, but we'll start with Bob. How important are partnerships with high schools to funnel esports athletes to the colleges, especially here, at the local level?
A big goal of mine, Megan, is to get as many like Section 2 teams as possible. Every year I want that number to grow, and it's tough because I offer 10 games at the college level, and a lot of those games are not necessarily at the high school level, and if they are, they might be HSCL games. But we participated in the Play Versus League that had Rocket League, and it had League of Legends and Smite, and it's tough and challenging to get some teams, especially MOBAs, at a high school level. But I think the more awareness, it's like you said, League of Legends had more people viewing it than the Super Bowl. Like those are the type of games that we can start at a younger age, speaking to the age as well, getting these students to realize that these are opportunities, because a lot of students, they'll just stop playing really early and just, focus on other things. And it's not to say that they need to focus on esports for their whole lives, but it's a really important thing, especially when they like games early, to kind of foster that enjoyment for the games. But I think just at a high school level, I think from a coaching perspective, a lot of coaches or teachers or whoever would be the runner of the club or the team, they don't feel like they have the expertise. I don't have expertise in 10 games. I am not a professional esports coach in 10 games. It just isn't, I'm lucky enough and fortunate enough to have 3 paid assistant coaches under me, which is fantastic. But at the end of the day, I mean, you have to just do it for the kids. You got to do it for the passion of the kids and try to grow the program. And I'm always here. There's always people here to reach out to kind of like show, hey, this is how we paved the way. This is what we did. I think a lot of it is logistical as well, like setting up the games, troubleshooting, not being afraid of, hey, there might be technical issues. There might be issues going on with the game or an update or this or that. Just being able to troubleshoot and be a problem solver, I think, is the best way to drive a high school esports team forward.
And also to build on that with Bob, so one of the former captains on my esports team, and who was also the president of the esports student club, is now working with Bob as one of his assistant coaches. And so we have an articulation agreement. UAlbany has an articulation agreement with students from HVCC once they finish their degree to come study at UAlbany. And we're exploring the possibility, wow, could we also bring students who are on Bob's esports team over to UAlbany to finish up their undergraduate degree and join our esports team? So I think collaborations and the idea of building community is very important. We would also love, we had some plans this summer to offer some summer camps and some opportunities to collaborate with some of the schools to bring them to our arena and to engage and interact with our students. And as we all know, that wasn't possible. But in the future, we hope to have in-person events like HV GamerCon, where you literally have thousands of students and families and people in the community and industry professionals, everybody getting together for a weekend of not only competitive gaming, but also learning and panels and opportunities to, kind of really plug into this industry and these opportunities and see what it's all about. And just from that one event from last year, so many wonderful things have, as I said, really been kickstarted for what we're doing with esports and gaming. And those collaborations, I think collaboration, and it's kind of silly to say, but teamwork, right? Here we are in sports. Teamwork is the name of the game. There's no question. This is, as Bob said, he runs 10 games, we run 8 or 9 games. I have some students who are internationally ranked. They are like the top 10, the top 20 in the world at the game they play. It's documented in their leaderboards, and they are literally the best, some of the best in the world. The perspective of coaching for me, they know that game so well, and they know those opportunities within that game, and they are literally the expert in that game. So then the idea of coaching is really the idea of mentorship, and it's the idea of the overall supporting the student, not only in his abilities within the game, but also in the classroom and within his entire student experience. But it's the idea of setting the tone and developing the leadership opportunities within our students, and really the idea of teamwork and working together, I think is what it's all about.
Again, to extend a little bit on what Bob and Michael just said, that pathway from high school to junior college to college, that pipeline is really something we're starting to see again with our associations with the NJCAA and the ECAC, and starting at the high school esports league relationship. That pipeline is really important. I think parents especially need to now understand what that pipeline really means. I'm at a recruiting day for Caldwell University, and parents will come up to me and say, "So you're telling me my child is going to sit around and play video games all day?" And so I tell them, well, yes, they are when they're not in class, because that's what they do. But in the classroom, they're not playing video games. I'm teaching them the business of esports. At Caldwell, we have a 4-year major esports business administration that teaches the billion-dollar industry of esports. But for some students, they can't start off at a 4-year school. So maybe they start off at a 2-year school, and with articulation programs, you get those credits transferred to that 4-year school where you can finish your degree. And more importantly now, that pipeline is extending outside of college. At Collegiate Sports Management Group, we have interns from schools around the region: SUNY Canton, Syracuse, St. John's, Caldwell, that were esport players, gamers, students that are now interning. So that becomes that added piece to the pipeline: high school, junior college, 4-year college, and then a job. And that's the answer that the parents want to hear. And so when you talk about buy-in, Megan, and I know that's where we started here, the buy-in has to be campus-wide, right? The students have already bought in. They want to play games. So you have to figure out the administration side of it, not just the athletic side, but the presidents, the chancellors, the academic deans, and make this buy-in from the campus perspective as opposed to one department. And to me, the 3 R's of education are no longer reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's about recruitment, it's about revenue, and it's about retention. And esports brings all of those to all college campuses if it's done holistically across the campus as opposed to 1 or 2 small departments.
What should students look for in a college esports program, and what really differentiates the top programs that are offered?
Well, are you asking from an academic perspective or from a gaming perspective? Because again, depending on the school, you could have the choice of both. So again, at Caldwell University, from an academic perspective, we're looking and recruiting students that have, a good, solid educational background, right? That are doing well in high school. We don't want students coming here again thinking they're just playing video games all day. We want them to be well-rounded students and gamers, very similar to student athletes if you think about it from that perspective. So that's one of the first things we look at. I mentioned it a few times. We look at character. We want to make sure that we're bringing in the right people that fit within the mission of our school. You know, we're a small liberal arts Catholic school in North Jersey. So, you know, we have a mission of service and giving back, and that's very important to us. But that's what you're going to see from any student that's looking to be admitted at our school, is that well-rounded student athlete, someone who cares about the society and wants to give back and serve and be part of a team. Those are the things we look at for sure.
And from an enrollment perspective, to piggyback off of Neil's statement there is, as we all know that we're in education, every student learns differently, and every student has a backstory. At Bryant Stratton College, we have a very, very small enrollment, and a great number of our students are first generation college kids. So maybe they need to, and again, even and taking it further, Neil, like I didn't know that Caldwell had an esports business program. So we have associate degree programs at Bryant Stratton where a student can come in and maybe they're a brilliant gamer and they're not ready, as previously stated, for a 4-year college. So they can come to Bryant Stratton and grow up a little bit, but also continue in the game and get their associate degree. And now as they want to move on to their next stop and earn their bachelor's, well, in conversations with those students, they tell me that something along the lines of what Caldwell offers. And now, having learned that myself now, I can tell that student, hey, that sounds very similar to what Caldwell offers. Have you thought about Caldwell College? Is it college or university? It's Caldwell
University now,
right?
Yes.
I know years ago it was Caldwell College.
That's correct.
But now we can have that conversation with that student and say, okay, you've matured, you've done some things well in the classroom, and now that collaboration can go where he or she can continue to game, but also go to that next step and earn their bachelor's in their chosen field. So I think that's a really big deal in terms of recruiting at the college level. Is characters a part of it, but every student's different. And when we can get to the essence of what that student is about and what they're looking for, and eventually what they're going to become, because we're not looking at who they are today as coaches, we try to pull the best out of them and what they're going to be, 2, 5, 10, 20 years from now. So I think that the recruitment piece is a big part of it, but also looking at each individual student on their own merit and helping steer them at times to maybe places that they didn't think that they could be able to go.
Yeah, it's like you said, Michael, it's, the mentorship aspect of it. Like I'm getting a lot of student athletes who have never played competitive esports ever. And I feel, that's normally they'll play soccer when they're 5 years old and play in travel leagues and then go play in college. These are kids that are students that are 19, 18 years old that have played Fortnite for a couple years or played Madden since they were young and stuff like that, but they've never had that like team aspect, and it's hard sometimes because, if you play Madden for me and you play CSGO, you might not really interact, but it's also trying to build that community, hey, you're a part of something bigger than yourself right now. And I think that's the biggest thing, like you said, you start small, you've started with how many students, and now it's grown 2, 3, 10, 20, 30 times, 100 times what it was, when I saw you last time. And I just think it just keeps growing and growing. But it's like you said, it's those little words that you hear when you're in kindergarten, teamwork, sportsmanship, and digital citizenship and, business management, and like just every little thing that grows as you get older. I think it's just, there's a reason why esports and gaming is the number, like that is the biggest business globally. There's a reason why there's more money funneled into gaming than ever before. So I just think the opportunities are endless, and it's amazing as we keep harping on like how much it's growing and the importance of it. But
yeah, I think from the perspective of a program, everything that Neil and Patrick and Bob have said, esports is sort of like, we're in the position where sometimes, I don't know if we all found this, but we have to explain, what is esports? What is that? Is that like,
what's
is
the
that
practice
kids
look like?
Right. What is so now, like collegiate esports are now starting to become a thing. As we said, ECAC, when we joined last year, was at 20 some schools. They were at 60 plus schools last year. And I think they're projecting to be around 100 schools. There is going to be a time where every school and every college has an esports program. And so that'll be an interesting evolution of where things go as well. For me, one of the biggest components is professionalism. Students have, just like our traditional student athletes, we have expectations. We have a code of conduct. We have a priority to focus on academics. We were the school with the leading number of students on the ECAC all academic team this year at over 40 students, which we're incredibly proud of. It's not just, as Neil mentioned, playing video games all day. It's not, inappropriate toxic behavior or language. We expect student athletes who represent the university, who wear a professional jersey, to really think about that opportunity to understand that privilege and that opportunity to represent the university or the school in organized competition. You don't win all the games. You like to win them all, but that's not the case. So we are going to win some, we are going to lose some. As Bob mentions, it's about sportsmanship, digital citizenship, and understanding, how social media plays into things. It's really kind of, I think, Megan, back to your question of what do high school students or what do students look to in a program, and from our comments today and everything that we're sharing, I think, we really understand all of those different components, and esports will continue to evolve. But I think that's what we're all shooting for, is I guess what I'm trying to say at the end of the day.
We've seen a lot of pro athletes, traditional athletes playing, online, whether at Fortnite or whatever the case might be. There's a lot of cross-pollination, in other words. So how do you support the traditional athlete who grew up, maybe playing baseball, football, hockey, swimming, softball, whatever the case might be, basketball? How do you support the traditional athlete in esports?
Again, it's the pathway is theirs, right? So traditional sport athletes, the percentage of them being able to play professionally in traditional sports is very small, and the same situation is going to happen with esports. So as far as that cross-pollination, I like it. I like the fact that Steph Curry is playing. Our company just made a partnership with the NFL Alumni Association, and Amon Green, a tremendously talented, great running back for the Green Bay Packers, is the head coach of the esports team at Lakeland University. So that cross-pollination, I think, is fantastic, because as I think Michael mentioned it, there's that element of sports that you learn that helps build that character that you're going to need and wherever your future is going to be. Time management, discipline, teamwork, sacrifice. Whether you're an esports player or a traditional sport player, those values are going to really serve you well wherever your career and wherever your path takes you. So the more cross-pollination, I think, the better. And quite frankly, I think, the traditional sport athlete playing on an esports team and vice versa, I think that's fantastic. I think it only helps the schools grow their esport programs. The student athletes are a little more recognizable right now, but I would tell you in 5 years, it's going to be the reverse. And I love on our campus when the esport players are walking around with their jerseys the same way the football players are. So cross-pollination, I think, is great. I think anytime you can engage different groups of students, I think is a tremendous thing. And if more traditional sport athletes like the Amon Greens, the Brock Marines of the world, if they continue to showcase that they're playing esports, it's going to become more and more mainstream. And that's certainly not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, I would say competitiveness, respect, all those things, cross-pollinate in that respect. When I was a soccer coach in high school, I had multiple FIFA tournaments. I just think, when you watch Sergio Aguero, one of the best soccer players in the world, streaming on Twitch, like how many professional athletes have Twitch channels that you can go watch? I think just it's so, it doesn't mean a soccer player has to play FIFA or a football player has to play Madden or, Steph Curry has to play basketball. or NBA. I just think the competitiveness, I think the respect for your opponent, and there's so much translates, and everyone says, why is it called esports? It's not a sport. You're not an athlete. And it's just like funny to me, because it's like, it is like, it really is. And you see all these all these athletes professionally playing esports. And to me, it's funny, and I love to see it. And it really grows esports as well as their sport as well.
Bob, it's funny you mentioned that. The first assignment my intro to sport management, my intro to esport management class has is to, I asked them the question, is esports a sport? And you'll be surprised that in the sport management class, it tends towards the no, and in the esport class, it tends towards the yes. But it's a great question, and certainly many research papers trying to answer that specific query.
Yeah, we have a big roundtable discussion in my class. I open it up to the whole class. I say, is esports a sport? And I really play into this whole element. We go from, is basketball a sport, is football a sport? And then we start to go into sports. You're looking at gross motor and fine motor, but then you're looking at sports like golf, like NASCAR, like archery, cross-country skiing, or, and you look at all really you look at the wide perspective of sports. And my hope is that it opens our perspective and opens our mind up. I'm an advocate. You don't have to go very far to see that I'm very invested in the idea of our teamwork, knowing the maps in the game, knowing the strategies, the intelligence. I watch a lot of basketball. It's probably the traditional sport I enjoy watching most. They talk about the basketball IQ. So what does that really mean, the basketball IQ? I mean, you may have someone who's 7 foot tall and they're athletically very strong, but the basketball IQ, the idea of being able to make the plays, the idea of, I think there's a Wayne Gretzky quote of skating to where the puck is going to be, right? That's sort of behind the scenes of just throwing a ball or swinging a bat. There is so much really rich opportunity and information within esports. Yes, you might be just using your thumbs or a mouse and a keyboard, but there is absolutely a degree of athleticism and of intelligence and understanding to play at the highest level. It's just, you won't be able to play at the highest level if you don't understand all those elements. So traditional athletes, I think they bring a lot to the table, and diversity and inclusion. We have international students, we have out-of-state students, we have students from every major on campus in all class years. So to Neil's point about cross-pollination, our community of students, our 100+ students, we are better because of our diversity and the fact we have all different perspectives. We have students who played football, we have students who build their own PCs, but let's all get in a game together and let's work towards playing at the high level and let's see what we can do. So I think it's only a positive benefit.
I also think that esports is the great equalizer too. So it doesn't matter how many pounds you can bench press. It doesn't matter how fast you are. In basketball, you can't teach height, right? But in esports, none of that matters. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It doesn't matter what language you speak, and it doesn't matter what your body type is. So again, from that cross-pollination, that engagement piece, at Caldwell, we're very, diversity is very important to us. We have international students, and it's important that they're engaged in these activities, and esports has been a great way to do that. And I think you're going to see that at the high school level, the 2-year college level, and the 4-year level, certainly as it continues to grow.
We do have a question from a Facebook viewer wanting to know, and this is directed for our coaches on the panel, how did you get involved in esports? In other words, what was your background and what was the route that you took to get where you are today?
Well, this will be brief. I can start it for myself. I don't have a background in esports. My background essentially is the video games that I played throughout high school and college. But again, as I said, a lot earlier, is what it looks like now and what it looked like way back when are two completely different things. But what I know is, having watched my son and his friends and some of the teams that I've coached over the course of time, their integration with video gaming and their just passion for it, it was an eye opener. And further, as I said, when I went to that convention last year, and I saw the interest that it sparked, it was an easy decision for me to bring the thought and the idea of esports to our campus and our administration. They were all in. So it's I'm learning as I go, the games and the terminology, the interaction that I've had thus far. I can't speak the language of an esports gamer yet, but I'm eager to continue to learn.
When I met Michael at HV GamerCon, I would say that's what sparked the creation of the Mahonison program. One of my administrators, Mr. Vaca, he was a huge proponent of esports as well, and we just kind of was like, we see it at other schools and other states, and it exists, and this is real, and UAlbany has a program, and St. Rose is starting a program. Like, we're doing this, and we just were like, what do we have to do? And it was just, let's talk to IT, what league can we get in, and let's just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And we just kept doing it. And from somebody who's played games his whole life, and good but never like professional level, I've always had an interest in it, and I've been coaching tennis and soccer and track for the past 4 or 5 years. I was like, how can I translate the skills that I've acquired over those 4 or 5 years and kind of translate that into the esports realm, and just the opportunities at the higher level, and seeing what exists, and wanting to have and create feeder programs at a younger level, and knowing that if I start something at Mahonison, that Guilderland and Shaker and Shen, they're going to start it too, because Mahonison can't be the only ones with an esports program. And I just think seeing that and watching the paving the way that Michael and others have done. And it's about 7 or 8 years ago, I went to we have PD as teachers, and at Troy High they upgraded a lot of their equipment, and they had a PD, and it was specifically for technology and education in the classroom. And Dr. Haswell, who's the coach at Boise State, was there presenting. This was way before esports was even really a thing. And he presented, and it was like one of the most amazing presentations about gamification in the classroom. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting. And I've just kind of like stayed in touch with him and kind of like followed up. And this past year, he won the National Head Coach of the Year of the NAC. And I was just so impressed. But just seeing his transition in the past like 8 years, and now what the Boise State program is for esports, and knowing that I was just a starting young teacher, and he was just teaching me how to gamify my classroom, my health classroom, and now seeing what he's accomplished at Boise State, I think between seeing what Michael has done at UAlbany and what that's done recently, and then knowing and what other states have done at a high school level, I was like, let's do this. Let's see what I can do. And then I applied to Hudson Valley, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to
it. I think like Bob, also, I've been a lifelong gamer. Students ask me very they say, Professor Lazinski, are you a gamer? And I've been playing, I can't even tell you how long I've been playing games. I tell them I've been playing games before you were born, whether it means going to the arcades at Crossgates Mall or Colony Center Mall as a kid and putting quarters into a machine, which they don't have any concept of, or playing Coleco and Atari, or we're playing Pong. I could speak about that all day. So I'm a gamer. I played a lot of in college, played a lot of Madden, played a lot of Mario Kart, played a lot of Bond, Nintendo 64. Games have a really special place, I think, in our lives for those who have played games, over the years. And so very authentically, that is a big part of my life. My world is about technology and emerging technology specifically. So the classes I teach at, we look at augmented reality, we look at mixed reality, virtual reality, we look at what's going on globally with social media, what's going on with the internet. In our makerspace, in our drone lab, really we're looking to provide our students with hands-on opportunities in these fields. So it was a no-brainer that we understand the global perspective. We see the opportunities for careers and jobs. I'm very invested in student engagement and really developing the idea of students being invested and being proud to be a part of their college experience. I'm also a proud graduate of the University of Albany, and I'm from the area and I live in the area. And so I'm all in on this idea of we need to provide our students with these opportunities. Let's put the jersey on. Let's go out there for Albany, and let's be involved in this global opportunity. So I've been very invested and very passionate, and to come back to the idea of collaboration, we've got a great team who understands that at the university, and they bring a lot to the table as well. And so it's really just a win. I think it's a win for everybody. It's a win for our students. It's a win for the community. It's a win for industry. And once again, HV GamerCon has really been a great Kickstarter for a lot of that here in the region in just the first year since last year and now into this year. It's going to be really exciting to see, where things go.
Esports scholarships, are we there yet? And how many of you are offering esports scholarships now?
I know at Caldwell University, we have that built into the admissions process now. Again, at a Division II school, there is a combination of athletic and academic scholarship. And so you're starting to see that in esports as well.
We are also there at Bryant Stratton College because it's a brand new program. I think it certainly helps because cost of attendance at the collegiate level is a reality for everyone. So to be able to help students defer their costs or to lessen their costs to attend, we do offer athletic scholarships to those students.
We personally don't. Our goal would be to get those student scholarships to grow them as players over the 2 years at the junior college level, and then hopefully they can get a scholarship. That's why, a big reason we're doing that articulation agreement, just to have, a spot on your team and things like that at UAlbany. But I think it's more growing the players and then kind of seeing what they do with that 2 years at Hudson Valley to see what do they want to become. Are they just doing it because they played Smash and they really like the game, or are they doing it because they're very serious and they want to be at a college that does offer a scholarship on Overwatch and find a role or whatever the game is?
Yeah, and at the moment we do not have scholarships, although we're very much looking towards that direction as schools across the country are. We really it's amazing to think how much has just happened in 1 year. So really 1 year in, we're hopefully building that infrastructure to be able to recruit obviously the students who are not only top tier and top level performers in esports, but students in general through all the variety of programs that we offer. One of our teams actually this year won a national scholarship offered by Riot Games, the publisher of League of Legends, and so we were a part of with the ECAC the College League of Legends tournament, which is kind of like a March Madness style bracket. It's colleges across the country. And we were very fortunate. I'm very proud to share that we were undefeated. We were 8-0, and we won the ECAC championship. Unfortunately, COVID interrupted the national bracket. If we had continued to win through that bracket, we potentially would have flown out to Los Angeles to compete in the championship games. This is a tournament sponsored by State Farm and traditional big sponsors that sponsor the biggest corporations in the world that sponsor this tournament. And there's scholarships and there's support, in excess of $4 million for this particular game. So our students actually were able to win some scholarships by being the conference champion and by being undefeated. And that helped them pay for their textbooks. That helped them defray some of the costs of going to school. And they won that on a merit base, which was really exciting. So I think we are going to continue to see both merit scholarships for competition as well as for your abilities and your academic performance. And we definitely want to make sure we're in line with where the industry is going and support our students ultimately as well.
Yeah, Michael, that's a great point. And students that want to help with their costs, their tuition costs, should start looking for ways outside the school to find that help. Varsity Esports Foundation, founded by Bubba Gaddard out in Kansas City, they offer scholarships. eFuse, I mentioned earlier today, they offer scholarships. So if you do your homework and you become more involved in the esports communities, you're going to find that there's available scholarship monies, that you can apply for. And again, even if it's to save some money on textbooks or to cover some of your travel costs to and from home to go to school. Every little bit helps.
We have about 5 minutes left here. All five of my kids have played sports, whether rec or travel. So I know what practice and training looks like. So I do have to ask this because it was brought up during the discussion earlier. What does training look like? What does it involve?
I can speak. Personally, it depends. I mean, if we're talking at a high school level and we're talking at a college level, at a high school level, it might be 1 or 2 days a week, depending on the game. If the game is a team game, that might be a video review of how, tactics. It might be working on individual players. It might be, if it's a 5 or 6 person game, it might be 3v3s, 2v3s, different, ways to organize how you're playing. At a collegiate level, it's very game by game basis. You would practice differently with Madden than you would with Overwatch, than you would probably with CSGO and things like that. It might be scrimmaging with other colleges. It might be, it's not just play is basically the theme. It's not just, oh, let's just go play. It's actually active, reviewing of what you do. You wouldn't just practice soccer by scrimmaging every team in the area. You actually set up sequences and things. Hey, what would we do if this happened? What are we doing if this happened? Oh, this happened last game. Well, how are we going to defend against this? Oh, okay. And then maybe reviewing, scouting, seeing what other teams do, or if it's an individual, what does that individual do? What does the playbook they use look like in Madden? So that's why, when you have 10 video game opportunities, like, it can get extremely complicated, because if I said you need to learn football, tennis, soccer, rugby, and you're just like, what? Like, I need to know all of these, and then you just need to know all the rule books. So it's like, it's a lot to take in, and that's why I think a lot of coaches and stuff are, overwhelmed. But I think it's really just about knowing what thing you can improve on next. You don't want to eat the whole, what's the quote, eating too much, more than you can chew, right? It's like, you want to just bite size, like, oh, I can get this person a little bit better here. I can get, the team can do this a little bit better, so just kind of taking it in stride. So,
another aspect to that too, Bob, is these games, for example, a game like Fortnite, they have new updates to the game. In some cases, they might update the game overnight.
Yep.
And so you practice a particular way, and then all of a sudden the map updates, the rules update in terms of abilities. And so these games are real-time games. A game like basketball, you pretty much got your rules for the season, and it's pretty straightforward, and there's no major changes, like we've added a third hoop, or there's a 4-point line, or and the clock is. And so you have to really consider too, from an esports perspective, new patches. The games evolve in real time, and that is a whole extra, whole nother level to all of the things that Bob mentioned. Those are all considerations, but they're really dynamic games, which is kind of a mind-blowing idea to really think about that. So that's another element of practice, knowing those maps, knowing what's happening in the game, knowing the strategies, and being able to incorporate them as well.
Any other final thoughts, comments, just on the expansion of esports?
Well, I'd like to throw this out. Really, like the esports offering and the growth of it is tremendous where it is today. But it'll be a year from now, 5 years from now, I can only begin to fathom. But ultimately, as we're talking about these students that are transitioning from Mohan or any other high school going to the collegiate level, this is ultimately about helping the students grow and ultimately having them earn their degree and having them go into whatever it is that they choose to do, whether they are talented enough and skilled enough to become a professional gamer or a developer, or maybe once they graduate that, their gaming days in terms of a competitive standpoint are over. But, ultimately the structures are in place. I'm certain at Caldwell, I'm certain at UAlbany and at Hudson Valley, and for us as well at Bryan Stratton, that the support services are there for the students to better themselves and to ultimately get their degree and then go on to do whatever it is that they choose to do.
I'll just close by saying I love the growth of esports from a social perspective. I love the fact that the students are now coming out of their dorm rooms or hiding in the back of the library, and they're actually engaged across the campus. I think that aspect of esports to me has been the biggest eye opener. And to see, as I mentioned, that student athlete for the esports team walking around with their jersey. And I remember last year when Caldwell qualified for the playoffs, and everybody was watching because it was part of our culture now. It's part of our Caldwell community. So I really love that aspect of esports, of bringing maybe that disenfranchised student in high school that doesn't know what they want to do with their careers, but now they have an opportunity. They can go to a 2-year school, they can learn some specific skills in a certain area, play, game a little bit, and then maybe take it to a 4-year school. So I think the growth academically is amazing. And I think the opportunity for those that may not have thought they had a place for something of their interest now, I think that's a tremendous thing that esports is doing.
And one key takeaway for me that I've learned during this conversation is it might not be a bad thing that my 13-year-old son is playing Fortnite and Madden in his bedroom or basement. So I appreciate all of your expertise here today. Neil, Bob, Patrick, Michael, thank you so much for talking to us about esports and the expansion happening here in the Capital Region and across New York State. Certainly appreciate it. There is more to come on HV GamerCon 2020. We have one final panel at 2 o'clock sponsored by Brave Performance. And the topic of this final panel is the mindfulness and safety of the gamer. Physical ailments common for gamers, staying safe online, and dealing with trolls and bullies. Stay tuned, more to come. Thank you so much again.
Everybody.
You're watching Esports Center, and today we're building up the hype for GamerCon. We have 24 universities competing this weekend, 17th and 18th, so don't miss it on the ECAC Esports Twitch channels. But today, my special guests are none other than the undefeated Overwatch champions from last year's GamerCon event, RPI Esports Overwatch team, Varun, Josh, and RJ. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Erica. Thanks so much for having us, and we're doing great.
All right, so let's get to the good stuff, though. You guys are about to take on your toughest rival. I'll get to that in just a little bit, but you're about to take on another round of Overwatch matches in the GamerCon event. How do you feel about going into the tournament this weekend? Are you going to take home another undefeated championship title?
Yeah, we feel great about going into this competition this week. We've been practicing all semester, and we've been playing in a lot of matches, and we've been playing really well. I know we're all really happy with the place that we're in right now, and we definitely hope to keep our unbeaten record alive and win GamerCon.
Okay, I like the confidence, but what's the strategy? What's the dynamic here? Because you have some new players on your team playing this weekend. RJ, you weren't around last year when they took home the win. How do you feel going into this weekend, and who do you consider the toughest rival to be?
I am a little nervous. I'll be honest. It's one of my first tournaments playing with RPI. However, I think that UAlbany is going to put up a really good fight, and hopefully we can band together, and my tanks, my support can help me grow and play properly. So we take home that W.
Okay, you said your tanks, your support. That brings me to my next question about your strategy. What role are you all playing in the match? I mean, when you correlate it to traditional sports, for those that may not be completely familiar with Overwatch and the tactics, the strategy that goes on, you can relate it right to like being a midfield in soccer, or a defense forward player, striker, quarterback. These are all like roles that you stick to, and you all have your particular strengths within Overwatch. So tell me a little bit about what it is you'll be doing in the game for your strategy execution.
That's correct. So I play damage, or DPS as more colloquially known. And so what happens is I'm the striker of the team, if you will. So my tanks, they create space. They will get territory. And then with that ground, I do my job of finding low opponents, taking that space that they've created for me, and then whittling down the opponents and hopefully taking the objective by killing off all the enemies.
Okay, I feel confident if you're on my team then, because everybody needs that guy. Take out
Yep.
the enemy. Josh, what about you? What's your role in Overwatch at RPI?
Yeah, I'm an off tank. I support my main tank, who is Varun. In soccer, we're pretty much like the center mids. We're kind of the anchor point of the team. We do it all. We support our backline. We help out our defenders, and we set up plays for our attackers. You know, we're making space for them and making sure that we can you know, help them out and give them the opportunity to make a big play.
It's funny when we were talking beforehand and you said make space, you know, describing that as the role that you're playing. The first thing I thought of was midfield in soccer. Like that's what you have to do in order to create the opportunities to score, defend, etc. Right? Make those passes. So when you make space, you're making room for RJ and Varun to do their thing.
Yeah.
Clearing the path for them, so to speak. So Varun, what about you? What do you do?
So I'm the main tank player for our team. So that includes the characters Winston, Marissa, and Reinhardt. Those are my 3 special characters that I play. And essentially what I do is help Josh make space for the team. So my main goal is to hold the front line so that way their team can't just walk on our team. And also I want to try to walk on their team. So I want to create engagements for our DPS and supports so that way we can, you know, get kills and win out the fights.
Okay. Well, what's the strategy like for you guys? Varun and Josh, you both were in GamerCon last year with Overwatch, taking home that title. This year, what's your approach without giving away the secret sauce? I know you said you've been practicing a lot. What do you feel your main goal and initiative is, your focus areas going into these matches this weekend?
So our focus is probably going to be on team coordination. All of us are really confident in the roles that we play individually. So we have been practicing our team synergy and coordination throughout the semester, and we've developed that a lot. And I believe that as long as we work as a team as best as possible, we can get anything done. So we just need to make sure that we are all focused on the same target, and we will win the games that we need to.
Okay, so is that why you consider UAlbany to be, or UAlbany to be such a strong competitor to you guys? Are they really good at the coordination? What's the top skill set that a team can bring to the table that really makes them a good rival?
I think that, you know, if teams work really well together, if they're synergistic and they play off each other's strengths, that even lower skill teams that don't have great players can really come together and play way above their league. And I know that's kind of true for us. We've played some teams that have individually very high skill players, higher than ourselves. But when we play together and we work together, I think we can overcome that. So definitely teams that we go up against, that's probably going to be one of their biggest strengths.
Going into that further, I think the biggest strength you can have as a team is moving as a unit. Like RJ was saying, a team can have some really, you know, insane players on their team, but the team is more than the sum of its parts, and it takes a lot of coordination and communication to move a good team and make a good team great.
Absolutely. You got to look good as a unit. You got to stick together.
Exactly.
So tell me, speaking about units and sticking together, you guys have a varsity esports club at RPI. And from what I've heard, quite an amazing list of tasks and support roles that you're all taking outside of the games to maintain, manage, and grow and foster your esports program at RPI. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we have a Discord server for all of our teams to participate in. Essentially, that allows our teams to congregate during their matches and talk in voice channels so that way they can communicate during their games. And essentially what we have in this Discord are co-presidents and representatives. So the main job of representatives is that they have jurisdiction over a certain team. So what they end up doing is finding scrimmages for that team and make sure that the team holds the code of conduct that we expect as an organization and that RPI expects as a university. And also they find practices that are adequate for the skill level of their team. So that way their team can participate and practice as best as they possibly can.
Wow, that's a lot of engagement from the student body. How are these representatives elected?
So we hold an election in our student body. So essentially, we just have an election form go out to our students, and they can vote for whoever they think the most fitting candidates are for representatives and co-presidents. And I didn't mention earlier, but co-presidents are basically just administrative people in the Discord. So essentially, their tasks are to make sure that everyone in the Discord is is having fun and following the rules, and also
Represent your school, right?
yeah, representing your school exactly, and also taking care of administrative tasks uh, with the RPI body of.
Yeah, that must be a lot of growing experiences and opportunities being so involved. Vern, you're co-president, very modest. I see you didn't even mention that.
Yeah.
So what's this the time commitment and the workload like for you? Have you felt since the time that in 2018, right, your RPI esports program was created and you've been growing ever since. In that time that you've been involved, what's the workload been like and the learning experience for you?
So the workload has been manageable, but definitely a lot. We have to work with RPI and we have to work with other teams. We have to work with organizations such as ECAC and TESPA, some of the leagues that we participate in. So we have to make sure that all of these relationships that we have are as good as possible. But the workload is still very manageable with schoolwork and everything like that. And it's definitely been a great experience for me. I know that my co-president friends, Ariana and Nathaniel, they also do a really great job of, upholding what they need to do and making sure that our Discord is the best place to be. So I'm really proud of us for the progress that we've made.
I'm excited for you guys and proud of you guys. You guys have built something great in the last 2 years. You have a fan base. Speaking of, all the support and tasks that you guys do to build up your esports program, you've built up quite the fan base amongst your student body. During your matches, you have students come and cheer you on and watch your matches. How does that change the dynamic for you going from playing, sort of without an audience to experiencing the excitement and engagement from your fellow students cheering you guys on?
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely really great when we have the students cheering us on in person when there's an in-person event. But with coronavirus, that's obviously not something that can really happen. And they just support us through the Twitch chat, which is very appreciated and definitely does help our team a lot in many, many different ways. And we're just glad to have that. It's definitely really helpful for us knowing that we have a very loyal and dedicated group of fans out there for us. And it's just really exciting to see them in chat, and it helps us a lot when we participate in tournaments such as this.
I bet you hear, athletes say all the time, the NBA playoffs, I remember hearing over and over again as I walk past the TV downstairs and hear Sports Center on. Players talk about the difference in the atmosphere, the energy, and esports is kind of unique in which you guys play all of the time. You have a lot of opportunities to pick up scrimmages. There's never a shortage. Like you said, RJ, earlier when we were talking, there's never a shortage of opportunities to pick up a match and test your skills against anyone around the world, right? So it's not that it's so unfamiliar for you to not have an audience, but I'm sure like seeing it become a part of the school, funded by the school, really makes it feel as if you're a part of something bigger and a part of the athletic department at school. Is that how it translates in your mind?
I think that our school really does have kind of a unique dynamic. I think that we work together and we really try a lot to band together and to get all of our students involved, whether it be just on a team, either for fun or competitively, as well as having students elected for those representative or co-president roles. And I know that our co-presidents are working really hard with the school to get funding, to get those administrative box kind of checked, so that we can all participate in these great leagues. And I think that our dynamics, seeing that go from kind of just this like a ragtag band of misfits type thing up into this really professionally designed, really up and coming program is just phenomenal. I know as a newer student, to me, it was something that kind of was really alluring. So
yeah, especially because the competition pool matters. So you guys are now part of the ECAC, right? This is the GamerCon ECAC tournament happening again annually. And you guys have the benefit of competing against other schools, the top competition across the schools within the ECAC league. What's that been like for you? The opportunity and the experience, even the simple things like during this weekend's matches, you'll have your games, shoutcasted. And for so those of you that don't know, you can translate that to sportscasting, right? So somebody is literally there giving the play-by-play, building up that excitement, engaging with the fans that are watching on Twitch, chatting in the channel itself. What is it like when you're hearing that excitement and that energy while you're playing?
I think it's a real morale booster. I think that a lot of us that play, when we play scrims, or scrimmages, it's not very, there are no shoutcasters, and there isn't much to see that kind of feedback and to feel the energy. So HVGC is a real unique experience for us, and I think it's going to be a great time, both morale-wise. It's going to be fun having that energy, as well as it's going to be great to compete in a little bit higher stakes competition.
Yeah, because I don't know about you guys, but especially when I'm at the gym, if there's not somebody yelling at me in my head or like literally there trying to push me and motivate and commentate, that it's up to you to build up that energy level. And it's really about that adrenaline, that intensity, that, I don't know, to me it always makes for a better experience, game output, so I'm glad that you guys are able to include that into your esports program while you're with the ECAC. It's also opened up a lot of competition opportunities for you as well. So other than the GamerCon event this weekend, what are the other types of tournaments you've been participating in, and what's your record been like? Obviously you're undefeated in GamerCon, but overall, how have you been faring in Overwatch across all the tournaments you're playing in?
Right now, this is one of the strongest teams that we've ever had. We're really proud of what we've accomplished, and right now in the TESPA League, the Collegiate Official Overwatch League, right now we're undefeated for that, and we're hoping to compete and stay undefeated.
Wow, undefeated in TESPA as well. You guys are killing it. If I were a betting person, I'd be betting on you guys this weekend. But you can bet I will be watching to see just how well you do against UAlbany. I'm rooting for you guys. I'm excited to see those matches play out, so I can maybe get a little glimpse into the strategy, maybe get a little bit better at Overwatch. But I wouldn't put much hope for me. So we'll move on from that. But what are you guys looking forward to most as esports gains in popularity this year? Traditional sports is really not on the table. Are your schools allowing traditional sports to take place right now, or is that on hold?
No, I think most of our traditional sports are on hold because of, obviously, as you said, the whole pandemic. We are trying to prevent the spread as much as possible, and most sports are not allowed. We're in a unique position because we're allowed to participate without being in person, so there's a 0% chance of any coronavirus being spread. So that's definitely something we're very grateful of, but yeah.
So has the esports popularity grown at your school since this year?
For sure. With traditional sports being on hold, a lot of people are looking for a place to to enact that RPI spirit. And esports right now is pretty much the #1 way to do it. When people see that RPI is competing and we're doing so strongly, it gives them hope, gives them something to look forward to. And we're definitely happy to provide that.
Absolutely. So I look forward to then seeing RPI esports program continue to grow, maybe even an esports arena in your future.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. We definitely, that's one of the goals that we're working towards. We definitely want some sort of esports arena for us to practice in, so that way we can, hone our skills much better, because I believe that playing in an environment where we can see each other's faces and be in the same room as each other definitely helps a lot with team synergies. So I think that is something that we're working towards, and I really hope that we can get that.
Well, I have confidence and no doubt that all of the grand effort that you put into your program to support it, manage, maintain it, and play, and not only just play, but be undefeated, build up your fan base. It'll continue to grow this year. I'm excited for you guys. Any final words for your competitors this weekend? You coming for them, so last chance.
I just want to say good luck to everyone. I know it's going to be a great weekend. I know there's going to be a lot of awesome games, so good luck to everyone. We hope to see you guys and to play against you guys.
So that's a nice competitor. That's some esports etiquette right there. What about you? Are you guys as nice and friendly as he is? Because he's taking it like a champ.
Yeah. Obviously, whenever you're competing, you want to have the best game possible. You want to have a great competition, and that's what we're looking forward to this weekend.
Well, good luck to all three of you. I'm super excited to watch you guys play. Make sure you check out GamerCon this weekend on the ECAC Esports Twitch channel. Don't miss these guys play. First match at 10 a.m. Saturday. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see y'all next time.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Just walk out.
Just to thank, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook.
Hello and welcome to day one, the quarterfinals of the HV GamerCon 2020 Rocket League Championship. We have plenty of schools here, presented to you by ECAC and the CSMG, and of course ESTV. I'm here with my brother Shane Vereen. Shane, we got some exciting things going on today, but how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here. Happy to be a part of this event. We're going to see some good matches, I think. Unlike the last tournament that we covered, there's a lot more teams. This is going to be high-stakes quarterfinals, teams, colleges looking to advance to the semifinal. I'm just happy to be here and looking forward to watching this.
Absolutely, and we're going to jump right into the action. Game one, we have WVU, that is West Virginia University, Potomac State, up against Stockton out of New Jersey, and we're jumping right into it here.
And they're getting things going quick, and we already have one on the board for Wonder Bread.
Wonder Bread.
That's a quick. Say it again.
Wonder Bread.
Quick score there for Wonder Bread, going up 1-0. Only about 18 seconds into the match, takes one off, takes the pass from his teammate straight into the goal, and we are off and running, folks.
Wasting absolutely no time. Shane, let me ask you, when you find... Oh, hold on. We have
another one.
Stockton, 2 on the board already for Stockton. Stockton is in blue. West Virginia University. Potomac is in orange. Potomac came in, Shane, 3-0 during the fall 2020 season. You can say this is the first adversity that they've faced so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game has started off to a rocket start. I see what I did there? Rocket start?
I wish I did.
But yeah, I mean, you never know in Rocket League, and that's what I think is so exciting about this game. And shoutcasting this game is such a privilege because you never know what's going to happen, but we do know. And I think in past games that we have seen that defense is what wins. Regardless if you're outmatched, if you're on a 3-0 streak, if you haven't lost, if you haven't won, if you can play defense and get on the board quick in games, it leads to victories for the most part.
That is a fact and a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5 single elimination. 5 matches potentially from against that third to win first, and the loser will consider it an end to their playoff run. We have Stockton out of New Jersey in blue, and West Virginia Potomac out of West Virginia in orange. 2 early goals on the board, it seems like.
There we go. There we go. We knew. Yes. With Potomac able to take one off of the ceiling and in for their first score. It's important to get that first one, especially in a best of 5. You don't need to win the first game, but I think it's important that you show the other team that you can score. So I think that was a great goal there for West Virginia.
Absolutely. And such an early, quick start by Stockton. We went 4-1 back in the spring season before COVID hit. It has been maybe not a while since they've been in the Rocket League arena, but it is a testament to them to pick up right where they left off. COVID has stopped a lot, but it has not stopped Stockton, who is now trying to regain that 2-point advantage. And it seems like both teams now have simply calmed down and start to play their game a little bit.
Yeah, I see a lot more teamwork going on now, a lot less loose balls. I've said it earlier, but the defense, I think, has picked up. The ball has really stayed more in the middle of the field for the most part. And when it does get to one goal or the other, it's cleared pretty quickly. So like you said, I think it's been a while since these guys have maybe played competitively here in this tournament. But both of these teams, Potomac was 3-0 during the season, and Stockton, as you said, Brock, was 4-1. So both of these teams know how to win, and they know how to play together based off their records. So I think maybe getting a little of the butterflies out and starting to really play together as a team.
And we've been able to mess around with this game a little bit. Of course, we are nowhere. Oh, hey! And we got Kev. What's up, Kev?
Kev's second goal of the match. And it was actually that's what happened. We were talking about teammates. It looked like Potomac was trying to pass the ball, trying to clear it out from in front of their goal, and Kev was right there, hit the turbo boosters, and scored a goal. 3-1.
And that's always frustrating when you have 2 guys, or in this sense, cars, trying to make a play, putting in full effort. It just doesn't seem to work out, and you collide and let Kev punch that little dribbler right in. We now have Potomac down 2 goals to Stockton. Stockton again had 2 on the board early. And then West Virginia was able to close that gap. But ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is we have 2 teams that are playing great defense and will take any goal that they can get. Shane, we've messed around with this game a little bit. What do you think is the biggest challenge?
Touching the ball. I remember in the last time we shoutcasted, I was able. Oh, we got another one. There we go.
Oh.
And West Virginia is able to climb back within 1 with a minute to go here in this first game, best of 5 series, as we said earlier. But like I was saying, the hardest thing, it was my first time playing the game, and I was playing against a couple colleges that knew what they were doing. And not only was it difficult to touch the ball, but then to direct it to a teammate or to direct it in the area that you wanted the ball to go. It takes an incredible amount of skill. The game looks simple, right? Oh, and we have the equalizer. West Virginia has woken up, folks, and they have tied this thing up with 47 seconds to go. We've seen a great late surge here. Two goals, I would say, within the matter of about 45 seconds to tie this thing up.
Quick strikes. They say basketball is the game of runs. It looks like Rocket League may be as well. Oh, and another near miss off the side. 30 seconds left. Make or break. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a best of 5, but this is single elimination. So you want to get those match wins, those round wins when you can. Down to the 20-second mark. That ball has not hit the ground in quite a while. These guys are getting after it.
Oh, we are seeing some great play right now to close this match out. It's almost as if West Virginia got a little fire under their butts and got going and kind of surprised Stockton.
Uh-oh.
Great defense. Like we said, defense is going to win. That was a great save. And we have approached overtime.
The golden goal, ladies and gentlemen. The first one to get that ball in the goal gets the round win. You have to love it.
Oh, this is exciting. This is the first game that we've seen in the best of 5, and we're in OT. I think this is foreshadowing things to come. The competition has risen, and we are here. We are here in overtime already in our first game of the morning.
Uh-oh.
There it is. For his third goal of the game, Kev comes in, and you see Kev was a 14 grand champion. You see that he came in and he showed his championship skills, and the winner is blue.
Shout out to Kev, man. Kev came to play. Kev came to play. As you see there, 3 goals, 2 of them right off the bat, as well as Wonder Bread, who was able to get one as well. Shane, the fact is, Stockton comes out early. West Virginia takes a minute or 2 to knock the rust off. Then they battle back. But by no means would you be surprised if West Virginia rattled off 2 wins to close this thing out. I'm sorry, 3 wins to close this thing out. You wouldn't be shocked if Stockton rattled off 2 more. What I'm trying to say is that we have 2 very great teams who are keeping that ball in the air, which is a sign of things to come. Great competition.
Great competition and a great way to start this quarterfinal match off. We were excited coming into it, and these 2 teams just met the expectations, is what I'm trying to say. They met it and they surpassed it, and I cannot wait. I'm happy that we still have 4 more possible matches to go. But both these teams are competing, and man, it's impressive to watch, especially because I know what it's like to try and figure this game out. The way that these 2 teams are able to control the ball, pass the ball to the teammates, but more importantly, Wonder Bread had 2 big saves that I think led to their team being able to win.
Wonder Bread and Kev, dynamic duo, Wonder Bread and Kev. And we are going into the second round. Again, this is a best of 5 single elimination quarterfinals HV GamerCon 2020 Rocket League playoff. This is day 1. This day will be all quarterfinal matchup. Tomorrow, our partner Amon Green will hop on for the semifinals and a championship match that both of these teams love to find themselves in. And we are off. And Wonder Bread is on.
Say it. You gotta say it. You gotta say it.
Wonder Bread.
Wonder Bread. So far, Stockton is just playing great between Wonder Bread and Kev. Kev might have more goals, but I think Wonder Bread has been able to affect each game a little bit more.
Absolutely. I mean, the Lakers just rattled off a championship, thank God. But it's one of those, you can go out and score 40, 50 points a game, which some players did in the NBA playoff. Or you could be a LeBron and AD, and as Luigi gets on the board, we have not seen him on the offensive side. We have seen most of Squeegee's efforts on the defensive side, but when a goal is there to be taken, Luigi will take it. Fantastic goal there. And again, Shane, we have Stockton with 2 quick goals with no hesitation. This seems to be the name of the game, with West Virginia struggling to find their footing early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Stockton messed up on in the previous game, they were up early 2. Ooh, almost had another one there. They were up early 2, and then they kind of let off the gas pedal, and they allowed West Virginia to come back into this game and make it interesting. If they can keep their foot on the gas and maybe get 2 more quick ones, they just scored 2 goals in less than 45 seconds. If they can keep their foot on the gas pedal, come back and go up 3-0. I think that's going to be tough to come back from.
Absolutely. And as I was saying earlier, someone in there.
Very close.
Earlier, hold on, let's see if this gets in.
They are peppering. They are peppering this ball right now.
But what I was saying is the Lakers won the championship not because they had 1 or 2 people come out and score point after point, basket after basket. It's guys who were getting it done offensively, defensively, setting guys up. You look at those stat sheets, you get people who can do it all. And
there it is.
Gets in the goal. That is what Stockton brings to the table. Squeegee was a defensive mastermind on the first game. And here we come out and already has 2 goals. The fact of the matter is you have 3 people on that team who can do everything. And it's tough to beat teams like that.
Absolutely. And we talked about keeping the foot on the gas pedal, and it's looking like Stockton hurt us. You're welcome, Stockton. And they are up 3-0. And this is going to be tough. If Potomac is able to come back from a 3-0 deficit, it's gonna be an interesting round. But I mean, this is going to be tough. It's going to take some great offensive play. We have not seen much offense in this particular match from Potomac at all. It's really just been dominated here by Stockton. They've been peppering the goal. They've been keeping the possession in their control. Stockton in blue, West Virginia, Potomac in orange. And it just has not, this has been a very lopsided match so far.
Without question. And again, they found themselves in this quarterfinal matchup not by accident. They're here because they deserve to be. They are more than capable of getting right back in this thing. They are running out of time, and you do not want to be down 2-0, facing an elimination game, being forced to rattle off 3 wins in a row. And I mean, just look at the ball movement. These teams, I mean, it is such a sight to see when you have 2 teams who are good at what they do, know what they do, and a nice save there for Wonder Bread. That ball almost got in. And again, Wonder Bread was looking like Messi there in the first game, scoring all over the place. Now more focused on the defensive side of the ball. And
yeah,
that
absolutely.
Really misses on the right.
It seems as though the communication between the players on Stockton just seem to be working smoother. Like we said, in the first game, we hardly called Squeegee's name. He was more of a defensive guy. Now, we're hardly calling Wonder Bread's name, and Squeegee has 2 goals. I think this team, or Kev, exactly. Excuse me, Kev only doesn't have a goal in this game. But those were 2. They're able to kind of morph themselves and communicate and just be there for where the team needs them to be. They're playing great team Rocket League ball right now, and it's pretty impressive to watch. Potomac hasn't scored.
Yeah.
This is a team that rattled off 2 goals to close out the game in the first match, and now they are sitting with a goose egg.
And you do not see goose eggs often, not when you're watching Rocket League at this level. And here Kev was not going to miss out on the fun. He gets on the board. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe all 3 members of Stockton have now scored. Wonder Bread, Kev, and Luigi getting it done offensively and defensively. Proves too much to handle. Now, miracles happen. But if the miracle is going to happen today, we are going to need to see Potomac get a goal and get it quick before you go down 2-0 in a first to 3. Oh, and Wonder Bread back on board. And I believe they call that the dagger.
As if they needed a dagger, they probably needed a butter knife on this game to win this one. And they are up 5-0, 30 seconds to go. It's seeming as though Stockton will take a 2-0 lead, and it's when it rains.
Oh boy! Oh,
purple rain. Wonder Bread. You know, and these last 2 goals here by Potomac have been against open goals. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's easier.
It's not looking hard.
They are not making this game look hard at all.
Of course, Potomac is working hard, but let's be real. Their eyes are on the next game. They're getting locked and loaded for the next game, and maybe they should try a gluten-free diet because right now Wonder Bread is taking it.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And this one is over. You see winner in blue. That is Stockton. Do all the black backflips that you guys want. Look at that. Look at that stat sheet. 3 goals for Wonder Bread. 1 goal for Kev, and 2 goals for Squeegee. Blanks on the orange side. You're not gonna win too many. This is the quarterfinals, people. The quarterfinals. You gotta get on the board. 6-0 is the final, and your winner and up 2-0 is Stockton out of New Jersey.
Game 1, you have Kev with the hat trick. Game 2, you have Wonder Bread with the hat trick. Squeegee gets a hat trick. We have a hat trick, I believe. I don't know how often that happens. We can have a hat trick full of hat tricks. And this next match is going to kick off in just a couple seconds. Again, ladies and gentlemen, best of 5, single elimination. That means that West Virginia Potomac back up against the wall. They cannot lose another round. Whereas Stockton, they win another round, they will find themselves in the semifinals tomorrow morning. And game 3 is off and running. Here we go. West Virginia Potomac in the orange, Stockton in the blue. West Virginia Potomac was 3-0 coming into the playoffs. 3-0. And Shane, let me ask you, of course you want to go undefeated in anything that you do, but when you think back to some of those seasons that you played, was a crushing loss sometimes beneficial in the long run, knowing how to fight through adversity in the playoffs?
Oh, absolutely. It's almost like when you watch the documentary on the Dream Team, and in one of their first scrimmages, the coach threw the game on purpose so that they would lose. Losing teaches you a lot more than winning does, is what I'm trying to say. And I think coming into this, Stockton was 4-1. They felt defeat. They know what it's like to lose, and they know how to fix it so that they don't ever have to experience that again. And we are seeing some flawless play from Stockton in these first 2 games, and now we're in the 3rd, and they can close it out. They can sweep them 3-0. Get your brooms out. We're cleaning up.
I'll get some spring cleaning, why don't you? The room's looking a little messy. Get this dust out of here.
Oh,
okay.
Here we go. Here we go. We are seeing West Virginia early on the board. This is something they have not done in either of the first 2 matches. Here we are in game 3, but in the first 2, they were not on the board early or at all. And here they're within the first 30 seconds of this one, they are on the board, taking a little bit of a page from Stockton's playbook and able to go up 1-0 in this particular match.
Wonder Bread!
Wonder Bread!
With the equalizer. Wonder Bread said, okay, you guys woke up early. Let me show you how we get down. Wonder Bread with what I believe, just off my head count, the 5th or 6th goal, I think. In just 3 games, Wonder Bread is a menace, looking like prime time Messi, looking like prime time Ronaldo, just stepping up to the plate once again. We have an even match. Shane, I know it's only been 50 seconds, but this match feels different. I do not think Potomac is going to go out of this thing lying down flat on their face.
No, not at all. And they're playing desperate, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. Sometimes desperate play is needed when you're down 2-0. You can't afford to give up not one more game. And they have not only stepped up their defense, but they were able to score early and prevent Stockton from getting on the board quick. Last couple games, Stockton had 2 goals by this time, and now we just saw the late goal there by Stockton, but looking like a little bit more defense. Maybe the communication is getting a little bit better here for Potomac, who, like we said, came in this thing. They are undefeated, but right now they are the defeated, and they are down 2-0. They must win this one.
Absolutely, without question. And Stockton seems to be keeping the ball on the ground, whereas Potomac seems to be passing it and moving the ball through the air. Whereas this game, the ball seems to be a little lower on the ground quite a bit more often. Wonder if that's a communication thing, or if that's just how the cookie crumbles, as they say. But right now, we are back to the defensive efforts that we saw in the first match. The second match, of course, got out of hand quickly, but this seems to be much more of a defensive showdown.
It's close. It's close. I thought that one was going in. We are this game here. This is game 3 of 5. We're seeing a lot more defense. Not as much scoring. A lot more communication, it seems like, between both teams, really. Oh, and there is Kev on the scoreboard. Wow. And they take a 2-1 lead, doing it himself, bouncing it off the end wall, getting the rebound and putting it back in. That was
Those
impressive.
are style points. That's
Oh.
alley. Oh my
Oh.
goodness! Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Are
off
you
the
kidding me?
start. Off the
Look
start.
at
Who
this.
else? Who else?
Boom. Who else but Wonder
Who
Bread?
else?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
That is a thing.
That is a pitcher throwing 3 fastballs right down the pipe to get the batter out. That is a Serena Williams serve ace. You can't even touch it. That is a hole-in-one on a par 3. And that can also be demoralizing. Stockton has to shake it off. You have 2 minutes to get this win, or else your playoff run is over. But what a great effort by Wonder Bread. Out of the blocks quick.
Yes, out of the blocks quick and needed. I think with Wonder Bread's quick scoring, that really makes the deficit hurt even more. Now we were under 2 minutes to go in this game 3 must win for Potomac State. They are down 2-0 and they must get this one. A great save right there. There's still a minute and a half left. There is still time to go ahead and tie this thing up, maybe force an overtime like we saw in the first match. But right now we are still seeing a dominant performance from Stockton and Wonder Bread.
Wonder Bread, Kev, Squeegee, they are a force to be reckoned with. However, it ain't over until the obese woman sings. Careful, the word is. Kev not wanting to miss out on the fun, and
you hear that? I hear some singing. Maybe it's the birds. I don't know. Maybe it's the TV in the other room, but I'm hearing somebody singing a beautiful song right now. We are seeing a slow start here in this third game, Stockton. But since then, they have ramped it up on the offensive side. They have a commanding 4-1 lead, a 2-0 series lead. They just need this last game, and with under 50 seconds to go, it's looking like Stockton will be moving forward to the semifinal game.
It certainly does, and you're hearing some singing. I'm seeing some yellow gloves. I'm hearing some brooms getting brought out as Kev gets on the board. And this Stockton's team going forward, it's just that they can just score in bunches. Very rarely do they just score one goal in a 1 minute span. I mean, we've now had 3 goals in the last minute. When, like you said in game 1, when it rains, it pours with Stockton. You cannot let them get any kind of momentum. They will go on a run. You will blink and you will be down 4 goals.
Yes, and a good effort by Potomac in this third match to try and force a game 4. Unable to get it done. We have a 5-1 commanding lead here by Stockton. And real quick, the ECAC is in its 4th season of esports competition, bro. Did you know the 4th season? Things are rolling. The ECAC is in partnership with Collegiate Sports Management Group, CSMG, and they have brought over 70 schools and programs into its membership group with 8 titles and several annual events broadcasted live on ESTV and Esports U Network, which is on Twitch. And the ECAC provides ample opportunity to broadcast your esports content, your teams. So be sure to register with your school today. And we can't thank them enough for bringing us here to Shoutcast this Rocket League quarterfinal. And we saw Stockton take a commanding 3-0 series win. There was no doubt. There was never a doubt as to who was going to come out of this quarterfinal matchup victoriously.
And what a great way to start off your Saturday morning if you are in New Jersey. Stockton, with the sweep, gets to go on about their weekend. Of course, hoping that the other games that they're participating in go well as well. That is right. HV GamerCon 2020. We don't just have Rocket League. We have Overwatch. We have Super Smash Brothers. We have a lot going on, and that is only possible thanks to our sponsors, especially Monster Energy. There will be a link in the chat for you to click on. Make sure you register, and you will get a swag bag full of all kinds of stuff. Monster Energy drinks. Hey, you can't get good at Rocket League without some energy. All right, there's a lot going on. You need your brain at functioning at highest capacity for 24 hours. Just kidding. Make sure you get your sleep. That's important. But when you are awake and you need that extra boost, get your Monster Energy. Also, HV GamerCon is not just coming to you via Twitch, it is also coming to you via YouTube and Facebook. However you want to watch your esports, that is how you can find it. HV GamerCon, ladies and gentlemen, first matchup is down. As a recap, West Virginia Potomac got swept by Stockton out of New Jersey, making Jersey proud. And what happens when you get a sweep is you get some downtime. So we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with Thomas College versus Johnson and Wales University. No, that is not the shampoo. That's Johnson and Johnson you're thinking of. Johnson and Wales coming to you at 30 minutes. We'll be back here in 30 minutes. Again, congratulations to Stockton, and we'll be right back with HV GamerCon 2020.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run Getting stronger every day. Through the bullets and the flames.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job.
Product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually, I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
"2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually, I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
"2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out, Jen?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out, Jesse?
Today, I just it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my
'19 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
"2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, oh, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out, Jesse?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
Hello and welcome back to HV GamerCon 2020 quarterfinal playoff matchups. I am Brock, this is Shane, and coming to you now we have the Johnson and Wales Wildcats out of Providence, Rhode Island, up against the Thomas College Terriers from Waterville, Maine. Shane, you ever been to either of those places?
Been to Rhode Island, been to Providence before. Have not been to Maine, unfortunately. I heard it's beautiful in the summertime.
I heard it is beautiful there as well. And they are hoping for a beautiful victory. This is a best of 5 single elimination playoff round. That means if you lose once, it is not the end of the world. If you lose twice, it might be the end of the world. And if you lose 3, you are out. Our first matchup, we had a Stockton College out of New Jersey who swept it. And here we have Thomas College, as I said, as well as Johnson and Wales Wildcats. And we are gearing up now. HV GamerCon 2020, round 2. Here we go. Let's get it.
Let's get it on. And we have Thomas College Terriers are in the blue, and Johnson and Wales University is in the orange. Like we said in round 1 of this quarterfinals at the HV GamerCon, we had a sweeping performance by Stockton. Never left it in doubt, never lost a game. And the first one did go to overtime, though, and that was pretty competitive. But outside of the first overtime game, it was pretty much all Stockton. And here, first 30 seconds, we've seen the ball go back and forth a little bit. Looks like some good control. And just as I say that, Johnson and Wales gets on the board quick.
Johnson and Wales on the board. Like you said, do it all here. Perstills, however you say that, great goal. Johnson and Wales rode here. They went 2-3 back in the spring season for the ECAC. Before COVID hit, they are currently 2-1 in the fall season. Not a scratch-free record by any means, but they are here in the quarterfinals for a reason, and clearly they deserve to be, as they are up to an early lead.
Yeah, it seems like they've kind of been scratching and clawing for every win that they had this year. But they got fight, and I think that shows quite a bit. And there is the atomical sloth. God, I love the name. Atomical sloth. He gets the bucket, if you will, the goal, and evens the score up with under 4 minutes left to go. We have 1-1 tied up between Johnson and Wales University and the Thomas College Terriers. And Perstills off the restart gets a quick one, a boost, and there's no doubt about it. There's nobody at goal. There is nobody home. From the center line, gets it in, and they take a 2-1 lead. That's Johnson and Wales.
Fastball right down the pipe. It does not get easier than that. First guy out the blocks usually wins the race, and it happens there. And that is now 2 goals for Johnson and Wales through a wide open, unguarded goal. Thompson College has got to get on defense. They have to find a defensive presence. They have to find it now.
Absolutely. We spoke in our first game. Actually, we saw one off the tip-off in our first game that we covered, the first match that we covered. However, we always preach defense. And I think that if you can hang your hat on defense, and then score when you have the opportunities, like open goals, that's how you succeed and move forward and get crucial wins. And there, OMG, it's Warren.
It's Warren.
Oh my God, it's Warren flying high. Another pretty open goal, and they take a 3-1 lead here with under 3 minutes to go in this first game, best of 5 series.
Providence, Rhode Island is in the building. A lot of goals so far, and it's such an interesting balance of great defense on one end, and the other side just seems to be really focused on the offensive side of the ball, which is fine. You can play Houston Rockets basketball, but you have to outscore the team, which right now they are not doing. Let's see if that energy shifts to the defensive side, or if they just put even more pressure and put the foot on the gas and ramp up this offense a little bit. This ball is flying. These cars are flying. And oh boy, Ang makes it a 3-point deficit.
And what this shows me is A, the defensive side there for Thomas College definitely is lacking in some areas, but B, every player for Johnson and Wales has a goal in this match. and it's showing a lot of versatility with that Johnson & Wales team.
And that seems to be the name of the game. In the first match, again, we had Stockton, who was the victor, up against West Virginia Potomac State, and that was the same thing. Stockton had all three guys playing offense, all three guys scoring goals, all three guys crashing into cars, all three guys playing defense. You have to be versatile, and right now Johnson & Wales proves to be the more hybrid team.
Yeah, absolutely. It just seems, you know, you can't hear the teammates. We don't have the ability to hear the teammates talking to each other. However, you can kind of see that the teams that kind of jump out to big leads and have multiple players score, multiple players defend, it just seems like their communication is just at a higher level.
Without question. And as we trickle down here to the last 90 seconds, a great time to let you guys know Monster Energy is making this entire thing possible. And if you want some Monster Energy gear, you want to swag back to Monster Energy, click on the link and register. You will find that link in the chat. Click on that link, go and get your free stuff. Back to the action, 1 minute left. And if Thomas College is going to make something happen, they need to do it quick.
Yep, it's not completely out of the realm of defeat yet. They do need to score quick, and they need to get 3 to equalize it and push this thing into overtime. And right now, they're just unable to get the ball and control it for any amount of time. And there's a shot right there, but a great save there by Purcell's. Another shot, and that's off the side. Wow, the defense is winning.
Absolutely. One of the benefits that Johnson & Wales has is, hey, we have a hefty lead. Let's have all 3 guys back on defense and focused on it, because you'll notice once Thomas College crosses the 50-yard line, the halfway mark, if you will, all orange vehicles are back there guarding the goal. That's a luxury that you get afforded when you get points on the board early. And 5 seconds ticking down. Once that ball hits the ground after 0, the game is over. And we have our winner. We have our winner. Johnson & Wales, the Wildcats, repping Providence, Rhode Island. Again, ladies and gentlemen, best of 5. This is single elimination, but this is best of 5, so they need to rattle off 2 more. But Shane, you said it, when you look at that score sheet and you see Johnson & Wales, you have all 3 people contributing equally.
Yes, absolutely. Not only on the goal side, but you see 2 players, Purcell's. Oh my God, it's Warren with 3 saves. He has more saves himself than the entire Thomas College team. It just goes to show you that the defense is playing well right now for Johnson & Wales. They are communicating, they are clicking, spreading the goals around. Couple guys with assists. Everybody had shots on goal. And it's a great start. Great start going up 1-0. You always want to get the first one on the board in the best of 5. But it's not over yet. But if Johnson & Wales continues to share the ball and pass the ball well and play good defense, keep saving the ball from their goal, and if Thomas College cannot figure out a way to slow them down or score, we're going to see another 3-0 sweep, just like we saw in the first round.
And something to point out again from that score sheet is Atomical Sloth had 5 shots, whereas the other 2 teammates only had 1 and 2 respectively. Now, it is fine if you are known as the main striker on your team, you're the main offensive guy, that's fine. But you look at the other team and the teams that usually win these things, it is a balanced stat sheet. If you prove yourself to be predictable, hey, where's Atomical Sloth? As long as we take care of him, we know that they're not going to score because he is always shooting the goals. Let's look to see them mix it up a little bit, throw some little kinks in the game plan and what adjustments can be made. And we are off in game 2 of our best of 5 single elimination quarterfinal HV GamerCon. It is not just Rocket League. We also have Overwatch. We got Super Smash Brothers. You can find us on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Just look it up, ECAC, CSMG, bringing this to you live. Go to their channels and you can find whatever you are looking for. Back to the action.
Back to the action. And granted, we are no Rocket League professionals or experts or anything like that. We can just go off of what we've seen. And we've covered quite a few Rocket League matches, Rocket League tournaments. And when the spreadsheet looks like it did there for Johnson and Wales after the game, sharing the ball, everybody's getting touches, everybody's getting saved, everybody's scoring. That's an attack that is very hard to stop, and that's Team Rocket League, in my opinion.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter what score you play. Oh, and we got Ang on the board for Johnson and Wales. And that's what they call second effort. That's just setting up. I mean, that looks like volleyball right there.
Yeah.
Put the ball up, and Ang is going to come through, hit those boosters, and punch it through the net. Johnson and Wales on the board. Off to a hot start this time around.
Yeah, that was important. I think that's important for them to get things going here in this second one. You know, the first game is always a little bit wonky, but by the second game, about halfway through the second game, you start to see the teams kind of settle down, see the communication, and see them playing together. And there is Ang again for Johnson and Wales, making it a 2-0 game, and that's about 2 goals within 30 seconds there for Ang.
Incredible, and he is sniffing a hat trick right now. If I had a hat on my head, I would unbuckle it in the back. I'd undo the straps the second that hat trick drops. You gotta throw it in the arena, although the arena seems to be covered by an invisible force field. It is a COVID-proof arena. Everybody make sure you mask up and stay safe. 2-0. Shane, what do you think that conversation was like for Thomas College between game 1 and game 2? Because right now they have a quick 2 points for the other team.
Yeah, you know, I think that they were kind of just trying to figure out where every player is supposed to be. The defense really hasn't really settled down yet, you know, but right now they gotta get on the board. They got to do something, and there's an opportunity and another save there. But they just look like maybe the communication isn't right. They're not really able to control the ball. Similar in the first game, they weren't able to really take command and control of the ball or an attack or defensive side as well.
And opportunity seems to be the name of the game. Glad you brought that up, because they're getting the ball close to the goal. They're not getting quality lined up targeted shots there, but the ball is getting within shooting or striking range. Because like you said, maybe this Johnson and Wales defense is just bend but don't break, but the opportunities are there. Glad you brought that up, because that's important to mention.
Yeah, absolutely. The opportunities. Oh, off the side. That was a pretty nice shot there by Apocalypse. Unable to find the back of the net. But still, ooh, boom, kaboom. Everyone's blowing up, flying around. It's close, and it's in. You called it. There's that hat trick, young Ang.
Hit him with a hattie, the Mad Hatter. Ang getting it in, and right there, Shane. And right there, how long is that ball just sitting right in front of the goal with no blue cards, punching it out?
Yeah.
When you go up against a great team, which Johnson and Wales has proved to be, and it's something to point out, I believe they were the 4 seed, whereas Thomas College, the Terriers, were the 1 seed. So could this be a little bit of shell shock? Could this be, wow, we just got punched in the mouth so quickly? We're a 1 seed. We thought we were going to come in here and roll over the competition. I wonder how much of this could possibly be. This is just not going the way that we thought, and we're kind of panicking now.
Oh, it's definitely not going the way that they thought, especially being a 1 seed. You're not expecting to get challenged in the quarterfinals. You're kind of have your eyes on the semifinals or maybe even the championship game, but you got to win to get there. You can't overlook any opponent, as both you and I know. That's never a possibility, because before you know it, you're down 3-0 and down 1 game in a best-of-5 series. You know, the way that Johnson and Wales is playing right now, this almost seems like a must-win game here for Thomas College. Somehow, some way, in this last minute and 5 seconds, they got to find a way to at least get 3 goals and stop Johnson and Wales from scoring. 1 minute to go.
Absolutely, and again, Johnson and Wales, unfortunately, because they went 2-3 in the spring season for the ECAC, they had a loss in the fall season for the ECAC. So sometimes your record just does not reflect the talent of your team, because right now they're looking like one of the best teams in this entire tournament. Do not let the seeding fool you. Treat this like March Madness. I don't care if it's a 1 seed or a 16 seed. Throw the ranking away. Get ready and treat every game like a championship. 30 seconds remaining. And right now, Thomas College is going to need a miracle, or else they're going to have to rattle off 3 wins in a row to avoid a playoff bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a sweep in the first match that we covered this morning. And looking like there's an opportunity here for another sweep. I expect to see Thomas College come out much tougher, though, in game 3. They're getting blanked right now. Goose egg. That's no way to play in the quarterfinal match.
And another win, another dominating win for Johnson and Wales and the Wildcats, this time led by Ang, the only person to get goals. But Shane, look at the efforts of, oh my gosh, it's Warren. 3 assists, 2 saves, 6 shots. All around, people are contributing. Purcell's 2 shots on the board, maybe not as big of a contributor this time around, but please believe that presence was felt, especially on the defensive side. And as Thomas College, you got goose eggs in both goals and assists. They only got 4 shots. You can't score if you don't get shots up. And when you're only getting 4 shots up, you leave yourself minimal opportunity to get points on. Shane, what does Thomas College have to change to avoid the sweep?
Control. They have to take control of the ball, take control of the game, play better defense, move the ball down the field. I mean, so many times we've seen Thomas College get the ball in there and try and move it towards the JW goal, but the defense is there for Johnson and Wales, and they're putting the ball right back on the other side of the field, and it's just a commanding performance here. When you have the ability to not only score 3 goals, but to goose egg your opponent, it's showing a lot of strength there from the Johnson and Wales team. And let me take this moment to let you guys know about the College Sports Management Group, CSMG. They have recently partnered with our team at ESTV, which is the first ever 24/7 linear sports esports channel in the United States. ESTV has also partnered with the NFL Alumni Association, which includes former NFL players like myself, my brother Brock, and of course Amon Green, who you guys will hear shoutcasting tomorrow, who played for the Green Bay Packers. Everybody knows Amon Green. Come on. He's in the Ring of Fame there with Green Bay Packers. I played with the New York Giants as well as the Patriots, and so did my brother Brock. But the Collegiate Sports Management Group also has its own 24/7 Twitch channel entitled Esports U Network. Esports U Network. That's where you can find the CSMG media service on Twitch, a channel which streams collegiate esports content 24/7. Be sure to follow CSMG for all media and partnership news as well as opportunities, and we are on our way with Game 3.
Beautifully read, sir. And here we have Thomas College backs against the wall. Fight or flight. You're going to fight or you're going to crawl into a corner and just hope you die quickly. They cannot afford another loss. And Shade, talk about from a Johnson and Wales perspective, it's possible to lose 3 in a row, but how loose can you play when you know the impossibility of letting it up when you can just play so freely when there's no pressure on your side, correct?
Absolutely. But I do think if I was Johnson and Wales, I would try and slam the door shut, give them no doubt. And you said that the loser, if Thomas College loses this one, they might crawl into a corner. No, they'll be swept into a corner because they will be down. They will have been swept 3-0. Right now, though, it's looking like a pretty good defensive battle. But once again, Thomas College in the blue has all the pressure against them. This is a must win, or they will be going home and bounced out of the GamerCon tournament.
Johnson and Wales, the Wildcats out of Providence, Rhode Island, Thomas College Terriers out of Waterville, Maine. I am out here in California. You are there in Colorado, and I tell you what, the first thing you think when you think of the Midwest or the East and you think of a beautiful October morning, you think about all the trees, the orange trees, the red trees, yellow trees. You got trees of all kind of colors. And if Thomas College doesn't figure it out, they're going to spend a lot of time outside looking at those trees because the Rocket League tourney will be over. The quarterfinals, best of 5, single elimination, best of 5, and Johnson and Wales is up 2. You do the math, folks. That means they cannot afford to lose, which right now, Shane, they look as good as we've seen so far.
Yeah, they have picked up their defense, and they needed to. And if if you can't score, at least make sure that the other team can't score either. And you said this is a best of 5, but right now the commanding 2-0 series lead for Johnson and Wales, it's really a best of 1 because this game is going to determine whether we see a game 4 or whether we go to commercial break.
Without question. And as much as I love breaks, I also love Rocket League and I love competition, and I would love to see some right here. And it's one of those things where, yes, on paper you see, wow, we have to win 3 in a row. That seems daunting. So I like the way you put it. No, we just have to win 1 game. And the next game, no, we just have to win 1 game. And then before you know it, you're all tied up. Take it 1 game at a time, which right now, 3 minutes in, we are all tied up. I think whatever pep talk Thomas College received, those Terriers are listening right now. I think that's what Terriers are known for. I think they're good learners. So clearly, they have been taking some lessons from their mascot and have learned how to compete because Johnson and Wales is getting all they can handle right now.
And Purcell's is on the scoreboard. We saw him score quite a bit in the first game. I believe he had the hat trick. Did not see him much in the second game on the scoreboard, but Ames with a great pass, setting up Purcell's. Purcell's, no doubt about it, puts it right down the middle of the goal. And with 1:44 to go, they have a 1-0 lead.
And that's the difference between team ball right there. I almost got a long one there. Almost in there. And that's the difference right there. When you see Johnson and Wales, they are setting each other up. They're making that extra pass. Whereas Thomas College, when you look at the stat sheet, one guy, usually Atomical Sloth, will have 6-7 shots, and everyone else barely has any, maybe 1 or 2. Whereas Johnson and Wales, a bunch of assists, a bunch of shots all around, which means you're unpredictable. You don't know when that extra pass is coming, and it just makes it so much more difficult to anticipate how to stop you. 1 minute left in this match. Only 1 goal on the board. Thomas College
that was close.
Very quick. That was almost it right there.
Yeah, I am seeing a much better effort from Thomas College on the defensive side. They're rarely leaving the goal unattended, and when it is attended, it's by 2 and sometimes 3. 3 of their cars, 3 of their players there in the middle, but unfortunately they are unable to get the ball into a scoring position. They're doing a great job on defense, and now they have a ball right here down by the other goal with a chance to score and tie this thing up and push it to overtime, but they are unable to keep control of it. And now with 20 seconds to go, down 2-0, the fate of the Terriers is in question. 10 seconds.
Winding down here. Again, even when that clock hits 0, the game doesn't end until the ball hits the ground. So if they keep this ball airborne and it hits the ground, ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. Get the brooms out. Get the 409 from under the kitchen. Put on the rubber gloves and get your paper towels out. Fold them up. Spray that 409 and get the spring cleaning. We have another sweep. HV GamerCon 2020. This is the playoffs for the fall season. And right now, we have back-to-back sweeps. The Johnson and Wales Wildcats out of Providence, Rhode Island are going to move on. The Thomas College Terriers out of Waterville, Maine. Congratulations on your regular season, but your playoff run has ended. HV GamerCon 2020 brought to you by CSMG, the ECAC, and of course, ESTV. Shane, that is the end of the top part of our bracket. And now we have Stockton College out of New Jersey going up against Johnson and Wales out of Providence, Rhode Island. Both teams ran 3-0 sweeps. Who do you think is favored in the semifinal matchup tomorrow?
Based squarely on goals scored, I would have to say Stockton would probably be, the higher ranked team. Well, I don't know about rankings, but the rankings don't really matter. They're playing the best right now. And I think that going into tomorrow's semifinal match, I think they would be my favorite. However, we did see 2 goose eggs here by Johnson and Wales, and their defense seems pretty stout, and they're able to take defense and turn it into fast break offense. So it's going to be fun to watch those two teams go against each other head to head tomorrow in the semifinal match.
It certainly will. And just a reminder, HV GamerCon 2020, ECAC, CSMG, ESTV. You can find this on Twitch where you're currently watching, or YouTube or Facebook, wherever you want to watch it live. Find the link, click on it. Speaking of links, Monster Energy is powering this tournament, and if you register on the link that you will find in the chat, get some free stuff, get some free swag. They're giving out all kind of stuff, but only if you register. That will do it all for now. We are coming back in just a little bit, 20 minutes or so. We are going to have Syracuse at Louisiana Tech. Stay tuned, and we will see you guys soon.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Just walk out.
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by athletes before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that has been done by athletes before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away. Run away, run away, run Getting stronger every day. Through the bullets and the flames. But the fire's in your eyes, and there's no place left to hide. You got nowhere to run away. No, you got nowhere to run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
'19 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers,
52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission? Right on. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out, Jesse?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
'19 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission? Right on. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out, Jesse?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just
And welcome back to the HV GamerCon 2020 playoffs for the fall season. We got Rocket League. We got quarterfinal matchups. As a quick recap, our first match of the day, we had West Virginia Potomac versus Stockton College. Stockton swept them. Our second match of the day, we had Johnson & Wales University up against Thomas College. Johnson & Wales swept them as well, making Providence, Rhode Island very proud. And here for our third of four matchups, we have Syracuse versus Louisiana Tech. I'm Brock Vereen. This is Shane Vereen representing ESTV. And this HV GamerCon 2020 playoffs is brought to you by the ECAC and CSMG. Shane, how are you feeling for our third matchup of the day?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I don't want to say we're going to see another sweep because I like to. Gavilon coming quick. This game is off to a rocket start. There it is again.
There it is again. We couldn't even get our intros in because Gavilon had other plans. Let me ask you again. Hopefully Gavilon won't rudely interrupt with a quick goal. How are you feeling about this game?
Well, we've seen two sweeps, and I would be remiss if I said I didn't think we were going to see another one, especially with that hot start. But what we have seen, what I have come to find out, we preach defense wins, but we've also learned that teamwork and working together as a unit, being able to control the ball. And there's another one. No, this is
Patrick.
But taking it all the way, shooting it from the half line, half field line, half line, whatever you want to call it. And it's 2-0 quick in 31 seconds. That is Syracuse going up big.
Absolutely right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, oh my God. Gavilon, please stop interrupting me. I'm trying to set the stage here. You have other plans.
He's setting the stage.
He's setting the stage right now in just, oh boy, I cannot do math at all. 37 seconds. Already 3 goals on the board. Syracuse Orange is in the blue. Louisiana Tech Bulldogs are in the orange. Again, Syracuse is in blue. Louisiana Tech is in the orange. Syracuse Orange out of Syracuse, New York. Louisiana Tech Bulldogs out of Ruston, Louisiana. Well, they better start rushing to get to the field because the game is getting away from them very quickly. Only a minute in, and they are down 3-0. Shane, what does go through your mind if you're a member of Louisiana Tech, down 3-0 so quickly?
Stop the bleeding, please, sir. Please stop the bleeding. You gotta at least put up a fight. You don't like the goose egg. You don't want to come into the first game of a best of 5 and not get on the board. So even if they don't win, even if Louisiana Tech, who is unable to win this game, the first one, you gotta get on the board, get some confidence in your offense, and stop the bleeding. Stop allowing Syracuse to score at will.
Yes, indeed. Now, Louisiana Tech is not a member of the ECAC specifically. They have been competing in this fall season. They competed last year and had a strong performance. They were 3-2 in the spring season. Earlier this year, they were doing decent before COVID hit. And Syracuse, also not a member of the ECAC this fall, but they are competing. Had a strong performance last year. 4-0 in the spring before COVID hit, and clearly they picked up right where they left off this fall season, finding their way in the playoffs and already coming out the gates hot.
Yes, they have not met an opponent that's been able to get the best of them. 4-0, haven't smelt defeat yet. And sometimes when you haven't smelt defeat, you don't know how to lose. You only know how to win, how to score, how to defend, and do it at a high level. And that's what we've seen. 3 quick goals for Syracuse and still keeping the goose egg on Louisiana Tech, and they are pouring it on. No! This is Patrick scores once again. That's 2 goals for him. And this is not the way Louisiana Tech wanted to start. I guarantee you that.
And what a beautiful goal there. There were 2 Louisiana Tech defenders sitting in the goal. I mean, back wheels on the goal line. And Patrick just squeaks it right in between both of them. Get it in. A savvy move from a savvy scorer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how the spreadsheet, how the stat sheet looks at the end of this one, seeing what exactly, and there is 5. What exactly is going on here with the Louisiana Tech team? They are not only unable to score, but unable to stop the bleeding right now, and it's looking like Syracuse is going to run away with this one. 5-0 with under 2 minutes to go in the first game, best of 5 series.
Oh, boy.
When it rains, it pours. Purple rain, purple rain. They're not missing. They're just not missing. That is Syracuse up 6-0. They're picking up, it seems, where they left off 4-0 during the regular season here in this quarterfinal matchup. They are not showing any signs of slowing. Shout out Willy Wonka.
Gavilan with the hat trick. This might be the fastest hat trick I've ever seen. He had a hat trick in just under 3 minutes. Incredible effort there. Mason Starr on the board as well. And that's a sign that all 3 teammates are scoring. That's a sign of everybody getting involved, everybody being around the ball, everybody knowing their role, setting up and playing unselfish ball. As right there, Syracuse is able to stop what would have been Louisiana Tech's first goal. It's just been a team effort right now. And right now, of course, if you're Louisiana Tech, you're thinking about the next game. You're playing for pride. You're playing for respect. Right now, you're trying to get momentum for the next game to prove that this was just a one-off. This is not how the entire series is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I still think with a minute left, they're trying to figure some things out. You still want to. I still think they need to see one go in, but with only 40 seconds left, that task is looking pretty daunting at this moment. But they have to regroup. They cannot, obviously, they can't allow this performance to go on any longer, any further. It is 7-0. Every person has scored now for Syracuse, and they're making it look extremely easy. And let me tell you, folks, this game is not easy. But if you're sitting here watching Syracuse, you're wondering, hey, I can go through this. It can't be that hard. It's not easy. Wrong. Very wrong. And we have approaching 20 seconds left to go in this one. Man, Syracuse with the performance of these 3 games that we have covered, 3 matches that we have covered, and now they need to save some goals. Save some goals, save some offense, Syracuse. They are firing. To say they're firing on all cylinders is an understatement at this point.
It really is. For Gavilan, the hat trick wasn't enough. He needed a hat trick plus 4 goals for Gavilan. 4 goals. Know this is Patrick, I believe, has 2, and Mason Starr has 2 as well. I believe that yes, it does. And once the ball hits the ground, that will be the end of the game. Syracuse with a commanding victory. That is as dominant of a start as we have seen. Gavilan with 4 goals on 7 shots. Mason Starr with 2 goals on 4 shots. No, this is Patrick. 2 goals on 2 shots. Just so efficient. Every stat column being filled. And whereas Louisiana Tech, no goals, no assists, only 5 shots total, only 3 saves.
Yeah.
Louisiana Tech has to figure it out, Shannon. They need to figure it out quickly.
They need to generate some offense. If Syracuse is gonna have this type of offensive attack, you gotta have something that can match it. Or you pick up the defense and you don't allow 8 goals. I don't know if anybody can win in any sport allowing 8 goals. Louisiana Tech got goose egg. They got to find some type of offense. They got to find some type of rhythm within their team to get the ball, control the ball, score it, and then just try and put up something that can slow down this Syracuse attack, because this is that's the most goals that we've seen all morning. And I say morning because I am here in Colorado. It is still technically morning. For those of you on the East Coast, good afternoon.
Beautifully said. And as we're loading up the second match here again, this is a best of 5 single elimination tournament, meaning Syracuse has to win 2 more. Louisiana Tech needs to win 3 before Syracuse wins 2 more. Again, Louisiana Tech 3-2 in the spring season. A little back and forth, some ups and downs before COVID hit. Syracuse 4-0 back in the spring season before COVID hit. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you can catch this HV GamerCon 2020 brought to you by CSMG, the ECAC, and the STV on Twitch. You can find it on Facebook. You can find it on YouTube. But if you go to Twitch and go to the chat as Mason Star on the board in just 18 seconds, in the Twitch chat, you will find a link. This is also brought to you by Monster Energy. They're giving out all kinds of free stuff. Click on that link, register to them, and you will have an opportunity to get a bunch of free stuff. Rocket League is not the only thing going on for HV GamerCon. There's also Overwatch and Super Smash Bros. Going on all kinds of Twitch channels, Twitch feeds, Facebook feeds, YouTube live feeds. Wherever you watch your esports, that's where you can find it. Now that is out of the way, once again, Syracuse does not wait for me to finish my read. They can't wait to get on the board right away.
But here we go. Finally some offense from La Tech, taking it in, the long goal, able to control it, the 2 touches, and that's a goal. And that's what they need to do. They need to take advantage of when there's just one player trying to guard the goal. Go ahead, control the ball, get it in, and get on the board. They're unable to do that in the first game. But you see here in the second game, they are, and just as I say that, Mason Starr puts his second goal in of the game. 2-1.
Mason Starr proven to be one. 2 goals in just over 40 seconds. Unbelievable effort there. And Shane, like you said, yes, they're down now, but only down 1 goal. They have a goal on the board. How important is it just to prove, hey, we can score against this team. We have a chance. We can do this. They're not invincible.
Yeah, absolutely. It really helps. It's a good feeling when you see one go in. When you can get one going in, it's an energy boost. It's 3-1 now. No, this is Patrick is putting it on him. We saw him score quite a bit in the last game, and he gets on the board here for the first time in game 2. Like we said, it is a 1-0 lead as far as the series is concerned for Syracuse. And right now they are off to another hot start. Louisiana Tech was able to get on the board early, but then once after getting on the board, they did give up 2 more goals. They need to ramp up the defense. And I say it a lot of times, this is defense first.
It certainly is. And 3 goals is not impossible. One thing you don't want to do against a fast-paced, fast-scoring team is fall down 2 games. I don't think I'm being egregious when I say this is must-win for Louisiana Tech. This team you're playing is capable of putting up 8 goals with ease. You go down 2 games to them, you slim your chances of winning this thing to almost 0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the best offensive attack that we've seen in the 3 games that in the 3 matchups in these quarterfinals that we have seen. But there's Razor giving some offense to Louisiana Tech. That's what they did. That's what they need to do. They took advantage of an open goal, and Razor was able to finish it on his second touch off the wall. And that's what they need to do. They need to put up points. They need to take advantage of the opportunities, because Syracuse sure is taking advantage of a lot of their opportunities.
Punch back. You have to punch back. It's fine if the other team scores, but you have to prove that you can match them pound for pound, punch for punch, and to prove that you can hang with them. Although Patrick, things, helping out this team, getting points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Kaboom. And that's looking like what's going to happen to Louisiana Tech's run in this tournament. It might explode if they don't get on the board quick. 2.5 minutes to go. Mason Starr with his third goal of this game and taking a commanding 5-2 lead is Syracuse. And it looks like we lost Brock for a little bit, but don't worry, folks. I got you covered. It is 5-2 here in a best of 5 series. This is game 2 out of 5. And in game 1, Syracuse did win 8-2 goose egg over Louisiana Tech. Here, Louisiana Tech has been able to muster up 2 goals. However, the problem has been on the defensive side, allowing another 5 goals here in the second game, and we are approaching 2 minutes left to go in this game. Syracuse doing a great job of every player getting touches, passing the ball, controlling it, keeping it on the opponent's side, and when there's an open net, they have done a great job, a terrific job of scoring. Always having a person on defense. Look at that save there by Gallon.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
Am I back? Here we go. Don't call it a comeback. A little bit of disconnection is not enough to stop the HV GamerCon. We are much stronger than that. Back and I'm better. And much like the communication for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, I was briefly disconnected. But I am back in action. With a minute left, it appears that Syracuse has not slowed down one bit.
No, not at all. We've seen 2 more goals, and now towards the end of this match, we're seeing Syracuse ramping up the defense, trying to shut the door. And what better way to shut the door than putting 2 to 3 defenders in front of the net. There's another save right there by Mason Starr. They are working on all cylinders, trying to stifle this Louisiana Tech comeback. And there is the dagger, Gavilan, 6-2 Syracuse.
Gavilan being blessed from Babylon because this dude is looking godly.
That was awesome. That was really good. That was really good.
Well, when I was disconnected briefly, I did some research and, let's see what rhymes with Gavilan, and then I realized, maybe I should get back to Rocket League, so then I popped back in.
Well, welcome back. We're lucky to have you with 30 seconds left to go in this one. It's looking like Syracuse is running away. It is 7-2. When it rains, it pours. I will not sing Purple Rain anymore. I will save you guys the horror of listening to my voice. But if they pour it on again in game 3, you're going to have to hear it again. This is just an offensive display of epic proportions. We haven't seen an offense like this. Syracuse is really clicking.
And, I understand the frustration coming from Louisiana Tech. That first game got away from you, but to start the second game, it was 2-1 for quite a while, and then it was 3-2 for quite a while, and you thought you were hanging, you had a chance, and before you know it, the Syracuse orange, dressed in blue, just put it on, and I tell you what, when they get rolling, there are a few teams scarier. And this game is going to continue until the ball hits the ground, which it's going to right here. No, it will not.
It will not. Is Syracuse trying to get another one before the ball hits the ground?
They are.
Are they trying?
They are. And it hits the
there
ground.
It is. Syracuse was trying to force a controller throw there by Louisiana Tech. Another dominating performance here by the Syracuse Orangemen, who again are in blue. 4 goals from Mason Starr, and that's 2 games in a row where Syracuse has had a player score more than 3 goals, scored 4 goals twice against this La Tech team. La Tech was able to get on the board with 2 goals, better than the goose egg they had in the game 1. However, not quite enough, not even close really, to stop this Syracuse attack. And Syracuse is doing it on both ends. Mason Starr with 4 goals, 1 assist, 3 saves. but more importantly, 4 goals on 5 shots. And that is more goals than Louisiana Tech has scored in 2 games. And it's unfortunate that we're seeing this team go down in this manner, but I think it speaks more to how good Syracuse is than to the Louisiana Tech performance, not really matching up very well, especially on the defensive side. They only have 2 saves. Brock, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of the NJCAA?
Tell me as much info as you possibly can.
Well, the name kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? Right? Everybody knows what that is. Anyways, the NJCAA is the national esports governing body exclusively for 2-year colleges. After being founded in 2019, the NJCAA has over 60 school memberships in place, 60. The NJCAA is growing and continuing to provide value for schools and esports participants alike in organizing and operating esports leagues and competitions. One more time, the NJCAA is the choice for 2-year schools in the esports space. We want to thank them for being a part of it. They have a lot of letters, but they're doing a lot for 2-year colleges. They have 60 so far. And if you are into esports, if you want to compete on the collegiate level, it's a great place to start.
Beautifully read, beautifully said. And as we get ready to start those engines and gear up for the 3rd game, we have Louisiana Tech backs against the wall. We have Syracuse, who, if they get a win, again, this is best of 5. 3 is best of 5. So if they get a sweep, it would be our 3rd sweep of the day. As much as I love seeing teams dominate, I love competition as well, and I love Rocket League. The more the merrier. So let's see if Louisiana Tech can extend their opportunities here. Once again, HV GamerCon 2020 brought to you by the ECAC, brought to you by CSMG, brought to you by ESTV, the US's first 24/7 linear esports network, and brought to you by Monster Energy. You can watch this on YouTube, you can watch this on Facebook, you can watch this on Twitch, but if you go to Twitch, go to the chat, you will find a link to register for Monster, and they will give you a whole bunch of free stuff, a backpack full of stuff, so make sure you do that. And we are off to the races, and this is the longest, quite honestly, that Syracuse has gone without scoring. Hopefully a good sign for Louisiana Tech. I spoke too soon.
And just like that, I was going to say, at least you were able to finish your intro this time. Before Syracuse put one up, Mason Starr continuing on from his 4-goal performance in Game 2, bringing it to Game 3. We got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes left for La Tech to put up some kind of fight, stop the bleeding, get a win, get a Game 4. Keep your chances alive here in the quarterfinals. Great save there by Alpha.
Beautiful defense there. Beautiful defense there. That's what you need. That's what they need more of. Because I tell you what, Gavilan and Mason Starr are hunting. I don't know how every match has gone this fall season, but I tell you what, this might be the most goals I've ever seen scored that any school has scored, as Gavilan once again approaching the 10-goal mark. Him and Mason Starr, both of them might be able to finish this round with 10 goals apiece. Yeah. Unbelievable. Louisiana Tech Bulldogs out of Russell, Louisiana. Syracuse Orange out of Syracuse, New York. The winner of this will go on to play the winner of UAlbany and Lackawanna. UAlbany, of course, New York. Lackawanna coming from Pennsylvania. And we will see what happens. And that will be the 4th and final matchup. But before that, we have to see if Syracuse seals the deal or if Louisiana Tech fights back. But right now, it's looking like the former. Mason Starr already sniffing at a hat trick here. Not even 2 minutes in.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is La Tech has had cars in place who make the stop. They have just been unable to stop the ball from finding the back of the net. And when you're playing against a team like Syracuse, who is always shooting, who is always scoring, always taking control, you cannot go down 3-0.
You simply can't.
No.
You simply can't. I mean, this is like going down to 2017 Golden State Warriors down if you spot a team like that, 20 points, you got no chance. If you spot the Kansas City Chiefs 20 points, you got no shot. Teams that can score so quickly, you can't let them get out too early leads. Right now, Louisiana Tech is going to have to figure out a miracle because that clock is ticking.
The clock is ticking, and we are approaching 2.5 minutes to be exact. And it looks like, I mean, just Louisiana Tech is just having trouble, I think, just controlling the ball, setting some type of precedent, some type of offensive presence. And another save by Mason Starr. He is all over the place, just as I thought that La Tech was gonna make me swallow my words. Mason Starr with yet another block. And look, a lot of teams preach offense, a lot of teams preach defense. Few teams have both. And we're seeing right now from Syracuse is both offensive, defense, and control.
Perfectly put. You're absolutely right. And what we saw there with Mason Starr, he's clearly getting it done offensively. And then he's right back there on defense, getting it done with a tremendous save. It's about versatility. First it was Stockton College in the first matchup of the day. Then it was Johnson and Wales University. And now it is guys like Mason Starr for Syracuse, getting it done both offensively and defensively. You have to be a hybrid player. You have to be able to do it all. The teams who have more players that can get it done offensively and defensively seem to be the ones sweeping.
Yeah, sweeping and doing it fast too. The two teams that we saw, Johnson and Wales University and Stockton, they kind of scored in the same way as Syracuse is. Quick, early, but often. And scoring quite a bit, scoring a lot of goals in a short amount of time, really getting it rolling and keeping the pressure on, keeping shots going at the goal. And that seems to be the way to win here in the quarterfinals.
It certainly does. And tick-tocking now, and again, we've now gone approaching 2 minutes without a Syracuse goal. So Louisiana Tech is capable of locking it on defense. They just were not able to do it for a full 5 minutes, and Syracuse just attacks, and every time I talk about Louisiana Tech doing something right, Syracuse shuts me up. I think they're listening to us talk and say, hey, let me remind you what we're capable of. Mason Starr, a coast-to-coast goal. They call that a dagger, and that is going to be another hat trick for the standout Mason Starr. If there's an MVP for this round, it certainly goes to him.
Oh, absolutely. This performance was very impressive. That is Mason Starr of Syracuse. They are up 2-0. They're going to end the quarterfinal series 3-0. I don't even have time to put my broom away. Sweep after sweep after sweep on this lovely Saturday. And we've seen the third sweep of the quarterfinals. The winner is Syracuse.
And a dominating win it was. Mason Starr again with yet another hat trick. And that is our third of 4 matches. Again, a recap for the semifinals tomorrow. Me and Shane will not be here. It will be on Green, but of course you will still be able to tune in on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. We're going to have Stockton College out of, where are they at again? New Jersey. And we're going to have Johnson and Wales University out of Providence, Rhode Island. They are going to play in the semifinal. And now we have Syracuse, the Syracuse Orange out of Syracuse, New York, who have now punched their ticket to the semifinals. Our final matchup, which will be coming in exactly a half hour, will be UAlbany out of New York and Lackawanna out of Pennsylvania. HV GamerCon 2020 quarterfinal matchups all Saturday long, not just Rocket League. We also have Overwatch. We also have Super Smash Brothers going on. Find the links. They're out there. Whatever you want to watch, wherever you want to watch it. And of course, again, Monster Energy. If you tune into Twitch, go to the chat. You'll find a link. If you register, you will be able to win a bunch of free stuff. Shane, we will see you in a half hour.
Let's do it. Can't wait.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. And no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually, I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my
'19 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why'd I have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by an athlete before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by athletes before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are gonna understand that they're gonna have to get their fitness in every day. They're gonna have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're gonna eat right, and do all the right stuff. They're just not gonna sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
"2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. Okay. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by athletes before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are going to understand that they're going to have to get their fitness in every day. They're going to have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're going to eat right, do all the right stuff. They're just not going to sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
Twenty 2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission? Right on. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out?
Today, I just like, oh, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to oversee my own esports team. I think there's something, more to the gaming world, and why not have like a team juju, just compete against the world. That's something that hasn't been done by athletes before. I can take certain athletes in the sports world and have them compete against, other athletes, I guess, or even in the regular esports world, because it'll be fun, the excitement, the social media behind it will be awesome. These guys are going to understand that they're going to have to get their fitness in every day. They're going to have a workout fitness place that's mandatory. They're going to eat right, do all the right stuff. They're just not going to sit on their butt all day, just gaming.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on my.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
This mission right on. All right, turn around, and should we have them just walk out? Just
Today, I just like, it's Monday, isn't it? They're not open on Monday.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what's important to you?
Pretty much anything I do, I'm very competitive. If it's like a regular basketball game, if it's chess, who can cook the best, even though I'm not the best cook, being competitive and, playing video games, it goes hand in hand. When you're on the field, you want to dominate, you want to be the best, you want to win the game. Being competitive on the field makes me competitive in the gaming world. So eventually I want to
And welcome back to our fourth and final matchup of the afternoon, morning, evening, I guess depends on where in the world you're watching. That's the beauty of esports. You can watch it anywhere. We have UAlbany, the Great Danes out of Albany, New York, and Lackawanna College Falcons from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Shane, this has been a fantastic day of matchups, but the big dogs might be right here in front of us because UAlbany went 5-0 back in the spring in the regular season before COVID hit. Currently 2-1 in the fall season. Lackawanna College, a junior college, and they went 3-2 back in the spring before COVID hit. Final matchup of the day, Shane. You leaning one way or the other so far?
Well, the only way I'm leaning, because we've seen 3 sweeps in a row, is probably towards a sweep. But for which team, I'm not sure. In the first game, we saw the team that was ranked higher sweep, but in the second round, it was the lower ranked team who came out on top with the sweep. So all I can say is I'm impressed with the goal scoring that we've seen so far in the first 3 matchups here in the quarterfinals, and I'm hoping for the same here in this final quarterfinal matchup.
Absolutely, and so far a lot of back and forth for this first minute. And what Shane is referencing is Stockton College out of Jersey won the first game, Johnson and Wales won the second, and Syracuse just beat Louisiana Tech. All 3 sweeps. And here we are, some quality back and forth here. We've seen quite a bit of Rocket League. And Shane, what would you say has been the consistent thing? Again, 3 sweeps is absurd. So what have those 3 teams who have won the sweep had in common?
Well, they've done what we haven't really seen so far in this game, and that's score early. All 3 teams that have eventually won the series have made it a precedent to score early. and score often, and they get on these and they go on runs and they score 3 in a row in under a minute. It's the opposite of what we're seeing here right now in this game 1 best of 5. A lot of defense, some good shots on goal, but some better defense keeping the ball out of the goal.
Absolutely, and some good back and forth. Quite honestly, not even too many shot opportunities. It is tough to get it. Look, here's some hard fought, and as I say that, Kaiju for UAlbany is the first on the board, and that's a hard fought goal. We almost went 2 minutes without so much as a shot on goal.
Yeah.
Finally, UAlbany breaks the seal, and we are off to the races. We have a game.
We have a game there finally going, and you know, it seemed like in the first 2 minutes that both teams were just trying to feel each other out, trying to see the different tactics, how to play defense. Because we saw a lot of defense, like you said, not too many shot attempts, establishing more of a defensive mentality here early on.
Certainly, absolutely, and a lot of explosions in this game too, which usually shows the sign of aggressive defenses. You can be more than just aggressive on offense, you can be aggressive defensively as well. And another opportunity for a shot, but the Lackawanna defenders able to punch that thing out and get it to the other side of the field.
Yeah,
Again, oh, go ahead, Shane.
No, I was gonna say one thing that has surprised me with these first 2 teams is we spoke a lot in the first 3 matches about communication, and it seems like these 2 teams are communicating the best that we have out of the best of the teams that we have seen this morning.
Certainly, there's certainly a sense that each player knows where his teammate is currently at and where they plan to be. Again, this is the HV GamerCon Playoff Rocket League for the Fall Series. We're sitting here at the quarterfinals on the Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow, Amon Green will be taking over for the semifinals and finals. We will have Stockton College facing Johnson Wales, and we will have the winner of this matchup facing Syracuse. Syracuse looked dominant, didn't they?
Oh, Syracuse put on a performance, one for the books. I mean, each game in the 3-game sweep, they had a player with 4 goals or more, and twice they scored 7 or more goals. So they have an offensive tactic and offensive prowess, if you will, that will be interesting to see if it can be stopped tomorrow in the semifinals.
HV GamerCon brought to you by CSMG, brought to you by the ECAC, brought to you by ESTV, and brought to you by Monster Energy Drink. Go to the Twitch chat right here. You can watch this on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, but if you go to the Twitch channel, one of the benefits is as a goal gets in.
Wow, late goal there by Festbot, taking it off of the bounce, off the wall, then the pass, and then Festbot is there by the goal to knock that in. It is 1-1 with 41 seconds to go in the first game, best of 5.
AK Coach Israel bouncing that ball off the wall, setting up the assist for Festbot. And like you said, best of 5, single elimination. So this thing is far from over, no matter who wins this first one, which is anybody's game as it stands right now. But this game is also brought to you by Monster Energy, and if you go to the Twitch chat, you will find a link as an incredible defensive play there. Incredible defensive play by the UAlbany Great Danes. It's there as Festbot finds another goal. And so Shane, UAlbany leading the way this entire time. Festbot with 2 goals in 40 seconds to steal this one, and if they can hold on for 10, they'll steal this win.
Absolutely. Sometimes they just come in bunches, and they really need it. These last 41 seconds have been pretty interesting. And now with just 8 to go, the favorite UAlbany is down.
And if that ball hits the ground, the game is over. If they can keep it in the air, the game continues. Lackawanna wanting to get that ball on the ground as they do. In Lackawanna, Shane, I don't feel I'm out of place saying they stole that one. By all means, UAlbany was dominating the field, dominating the ball, being where they needed to be. And just like that, you blink, and that's what makes Rocket League so special. You blink for 30 seconds, and before you know it, Lackawanna gets 2 goals on the board, and they come away with the win.
Absolutely. They were able to get two really within the last minute of the game, even maybe the last 41 seconds of the game. But I think I'm impressed mainly. We haven't seen a 2-1 finish all morning. And I think I'm mostly impressed by the defense that was displayed there. I mean, save after save after save, shot attempts. I felt like both teams really did a good job of controlling the tempo, controlling the ball when they had it. And Lackawanna with the surprising upset in game 1.
Incredibly surprising upset. Great effort by them. Repping Scranton, Pennsylvania, the Lackawanna College Falcons showing that, hey, this is what makes esports so great. Normally, you would have a junior college versus a major university, and you would think, hey, that's not fair. But this is the beauty of esports. You could have some high schoolers hop in here if they wanted to, and they could compete. There's an even playing field when you are playing a video game, and that's what makes this so awesome. And one last time before I forget, I've attempted 3 times. I've yet to finish it. Although you can watch this on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, if you go to the Twitch chat, you will find a link to register to Monster Energy Drink, and you will be given the opportunity to win a bunch of free stuff. They're giving out all kinds of stuff. You can only get it if you go to the Twitch chat. However, once again, you can watch it on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, and we are off for round 2.
Round 2, and within 35 seconds gone, we're seeing a lot more of what we saw here in the first game. Well done passing the ball, well done defending on both sides. There's been a couple shot attempts, nothing looking too promising yet for either team. These are I would say, two of the most evenly matched teams, I would say, that we've seen this morning.
Certainly. Certainly. There were moments in some of those previous 3 games where you'd have a little back and forth, but never there hasn't been a fully competitive 5-minute game, and that's what we just saw. And quite honestly, I'm excited. Blowouts can be fun, but not when it's the only thing that you get, you know?
Absolutely. No, you said it right. These teams are evenly matched. They're going at it. Great saves. And, it's going to be interesting to see whichever team comes out of this is going to be going up against a very high-powered offensive attack, regardless of who they play. Well, they will be playing Syracuse, correct? Didn't we figure that out?
They will. Yes, they will. They will be playing Syracuse, and Stockton College and Johnston and Wales will be competing on their own semifinal bracket. But the winner here will immediately go to face Syracuse to put up almost 20 goals in 3 matches.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see that Syracuse attack against one of these teams' defensive walls, if you will. Remember the steel curtain back in Pittsburgh? Maybe that's what Lackawanna is bringing into play. But it's going to be interesting to watch that matchup tomorrow in the semifinal round for sure. Both of these teams are really giving each other. They're almost playing the same way.
Right.
So yeah, long shots and then short shots, but the defense, there's always at least 2 guys in goal keeping that ball out.
You can't win if you don't score, and both teams are putting all their efforts in protecting that goal. Like you said, another save there. UAlbany just making fingernail saves on the skin of their teeth, but a save is a save, and when you do it routinely, you know it's not luck. That's happening every single time.
Oh, absolutely, and it seems like Festby was back there playing defense, 2-man attack on offense, so they always have somebody back there guarding the net, and that's there it is. There's the first one of the second game. I think it's Kaiju. Nice goal. 1-0 lead.
Kaiju scored the first goal of the previous game as well. There's one thing Kaiju knows how to do. It is to strike first. Now, this is the exact, actually, funny enough, the exact situation we found ourselves in last match. It was a lot of back and forth for the majority of the game. Kaiju scored first, and then Fezbot rattled off 2 in the last 40 seconds. So right now, this is the same recipe that we've seen. Let's see if it's the same result.
Yeah, no, they're going back and forth, but it seems like this last minute and a half is probably going to be the most exciting of the whole match, because there's another one. Sean YG.
Sean YG. A beautiful shot, torpedo in there, and there was a Lackawanna defender but the defender was in their own goal. You can't protect the goal if you are in it. You got to be in front of it. And now, although Lackawanna has shown the ability to rattle off 2 goals quickly, this is still not the situation that they want to be in. They're going to need 2 and 90 seconds to tie this up, or we're going to be sitting at a 1-1 series.
Which would be interesting because this is going to be the first 1-1 series that we've seen. All 3 quarterfinal matches leading into this one ended in 3-0 sweeps, commanding 3-0 sweeps. I mean, most of those games, they weren't even close. And this one is looking a lot more competitive. Now, Lackawanna's got 1 minute left to go to get 2 in the net to force an OT, 3 to win.
Absolutely, and 1-1, like you said, would be the first time. I mean, of the 9 matchups, again, there were 3 rounds, with 3 different. Oh, and a nice save there. So out of those 9 games total, I think maybe only 1 game was within 2 goals. I mean, we saw 8-4, 7-3, 5-0. Yeah. It does feel good to see some back and forth a little bit for once.
Oh, absolutely, it's pretty exciting because even some of these shots are good shots that just get saved. So the anticipation of more goals is always there because that's what we've been seeing all morning in these quarterfinals. However, this game is going a little bit differently, a little bit more saved on the saving and defensive side.
And it looks like Lackawanna is going to knot this up with the equalizing round. Again, the game doesn't end until the ball hits the ground, but right there.
And UAlbany.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I keep saying
UAlbany, you're adding some extra letters. There.
Yeah, exactly. UAlbany with the win. 3 saves for Acoustic Bacon. That seems to be what gave them the ability to go ahead and shut out Lackawanna in this second game. So now we have the series tied at 1-1, best of 5. So now it's a race to see who can get to the next 2.
Certainly, and UAlbany has proven that they can get out the gates early. They have struck first in both matches. The difference this time is they held off the late attack by Lackawanna. And if you're Lackawanna, what you have to think is we need to get on the board first. We know we can come back when we're in a hole, but we shouldn't have to do that every single time. UAlbany has figured out themselves defensively, so Lackawanna needs to find a way to be able to strike first.
Absolutely. I think striking for first is, that's what we've been seeing as a trend for the teams that have been able to pull out victories is who can get on the board first and who can score in bunches. Because that's typically how they come. As they come, you get one, then you'll get another one within a minute or so, if not quicker. And so I think now that the series is tied, both of these teams are really pushing to be the first one to get in because I think both teams' defenses are good enough to where there's not going to be a whole bunch of goals scored. And J.K. Fo Shizzle Dizzle gets the first one when they go up 1-0. That's Lackawanna County 1-0 in Game 3.
Lackawanna out of Scranton, PA on the board first. Well, that's what we just discussed. They had to find a way to strike first, and they do just that. We know they can finish the game strong, and UAlbany knows that. So now UAlbany needs to hurry up and get something on the board. We know what Lackawanna is capable of in the final minute of a game. Once again, UAlbany 5-0 in the spring season, 2-1 in the fall season. Lackawanna 3-2 in the spring season before COVID hits, and that is why we have 2 great teams here. Acoustic Bacon hit the equalizer. Acoustic Bacon. The names here for the teams that we've seen today will never get old.
No, of course not. And Acoustic Bacon taking one off the wall, a little bouncy, but he finds a way to get that ball straight into the net. We are tied with under 4 minutes to go, 1-1. My palms are sweating. I'm nervous. Not sure who's going to pull this one out.
Palms are sweating. Mom is cooking spaghetti. Eminem is ready. And this ball's bouncing all over the place. It feels great to have a quality matchup here, but that's what you get when you get the ECAC CSMG quarterfinal playoff matchups. A lot of teams wish they could be here. Very few found their way here. Only 8 made the cut. Again, tomorrow will be the semifinals with Amon Green on the call. The winner of this matchup here, Acoustic, make it back to back.
Back to back, Jack. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row there for UAlbany. They were what we thought the favorite coming into this. Well, they were 5-0, excuse me, back in the spring. And we thought that they were going to take the upper advantage and kind of hand the loss to Lackawanna. But Lackawanna has really stood up to a formidable opponent. And but you see there, UAlbany is really starting to, I think, find their groove now.
Certainly are, and there's definitely a poetic rhythm that comes with chemistry with your teammates, knowing where they're going to be, finding out what this other team brings to the table. And I think both teams are settled now. Both teams are calm, and that's why we're getting such a great matchup here. Acoustic Bacon, though, still in the show, has been the name of the game as we hit the halfway mark in this third match. Again, this is best of 5, so whoever wins this one will have to win another, and whoever loses will be down but not out.
Absolutely, there's still a fighting chance, and that's what I think is exciting about this matchup here between UAlbany and Lackawanna, is that their teams are going back and forth, very evenly matched. So this might go down to 5 games, and there is another score. Sean YG giving a 3-1 lead to UAlbany.
And a long goal right there from across half of the field. Able to punch that in, and Lackawanna usually sound defensively. It's just giving up goals in bunches right now. Very unlike them.
Yeah, they've let a few slip through the cracks here in game 3. But here we go. Domosar. Back and given. Now they're within 1. We saw this in game 1. Lackawanna giving up early leads, but then finding a way to fight back and get themselves into the ball game.
Right back in it, and again, this is not just Rocket League being put on by HV GamerCon. We also have As the Ball Tight Ropes the goal, but does not go in. We also have Overwatch and Super Smash Brothers on the other feeds, whether you watch on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube. Find the feed that best suits you. If you want to watch Overwatch, you want to watch Super Smash, or you want to watch Rocket League, that is all very available. Thanks to ESTV, thanks to CSMG, and thanks to ECAC. Now we are back to the action with 90 seconds left. We have a barn burner.
Yes, we do, and I'm not sure who's going to pull this one out. Even though Lackawanna is down a goal, we've seen them come back and win. We've seen, and there is JK for Shizzle Dizzle putting it in for the equalizer. Like Brock just said, 2 cars explode in front of the goal, leaving the net open, and JK for Shizzle found the back.
Beautiful game. Beautiful game. You love seeing 2 evenly matched up opponents, and this is as even as it gets. I mean, this is a championship atmosphere, if you ask me. This is just getting it on offense, getting it done on defense. It's interesting to see a team not up 11-0 right now.
Absolutely. They are fighting hard for every goal that they can get, fighting hard for every save that they need to get. This is really, really fun to watch.
It certainly is, and 3 shots in the last 10 seconds or so have had opportunities, but have been off by just an inch, and it is gonna go in.
Who else? The hat trick is complete. JK for Shizzle coming through with another long goal that finds the back of the net. Sean YG was there trying to save it, but he was too late. And now, from being down 3-1, 2 minutes to go in this game, Lackawanna comes back, scores 3 goals, and with 35 seconds left is up 1.
And it's what they call a second half team. Something about once that final minute hits the clock at that 4-minute mark, they just come alive. You have to have a comfortable lead.
Oh, there's nothing comfortable about that lead. We have it tied up. Sean YG coming through in a very crucial moment. 2 players there to try and stop it. Too slow for the shot of Sean YG.
Is that his 4th goal? I think he's the only one who's scored for you all. No. I think Kaiju has one.
Yes, but that's two. We got 2 hat tricks now, one for either side, respectively.
Wow. You know what? Sometimes both superstars come to the plate at the same time, but only one star can shine brightest. As the clock ticks down, the ball has to hit the ground for the game to end, and we're headed to overtime. It is the golden goal format for those of you who are interested in how the overtime rules work. The first one to score gets this win and the lead, and we'll put them one game away from a semifinal round.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a crucial game because, best of 5. It's you can get to 3 real quick, and both teams now are 1-1. You can tell there's a reason why this game went into overtime. Why no team has slacked at all. Down, up, tied. They've been going at it.
And a huge explosion. Hey, if you can't steal the ball, just run into the guy and make sure he can't go any further.
Which is not easy, by the way. I've tried to. I've had matches where that's all I've wanted to do is just explode another car, and I have not been able to do it.
Both teams playing great defensively. Both defenders working wonders. And
UAlbany acoustic bacon with 54 seconds into overtime takes the rebound off the wall, noses it into the goal, and UAlbany with the 5-4 victory and a 2-1 series lead. They only need one more, B.
Acoustic bacon with the hat trick. Sean YG with 2 goals of his own. 6 saves, though, for acoustic bacon. That is the most impressive stat. Not does he only get 3 goals, 6 saves, getting it done offensively and defensively. Lackawanna did what they always do. They make a push with a minute left. UAlbany able to answer that late push, and then Acoustic Bacon doing what he does best, getting the ball into the net. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, best of 5. If UAlbany and the Great Danes get a win here, it is over. If Lackawanna Falcons get a win, then we push to a final winner-take-all match.
And there is Lackawanna scoring early. Only took them 9 seconds to get that one in. If you don't think that they don't want this game and force a game 5, you are wrong. It's Christmas time. You saw all the presents coming out. They put a nice little gift into that basket.
They certainly did. UAlbany, Great Danes out of Albany, New York. They got to win. We get a semifinal matchup that will keep it in the state of New York as the winner of this goes on to play Syracuse. If Lackawanna gets a win, they will have to get another win, and they, of course, will have a matchup against Syracuse as well. On the other side of the bracket, it will be Stockton and Johnson and Wales University at the top half of the bracket in their own semifinal matchup. So come back tomorrow to this exact Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook feed, and you will find our partner Amon Green calling semifinal and championship matchups.
Absolutely. We have quite a few. Oh, what a goal. J.K. Fishizzle from the corner. Awkward angle, but able to get that sucker in for an impressive 2-0 lead. With 4 minutes.
What a strange angle there. I didn't even think he had the right angle to get that ball in there, but he found a way. And Lackawanna off to a hot start again. What we've seen in all 3 matches so far is they know how to finish. Of course, Albany won in overtime, but that was because they had to respond to the late Lackawanna push. They are a second-half team, so being down 2-0 to a second-half team is not a situation you want to be in. But this is usually when Acoustic Bacon does what he does best, so keep an eye on him.
Yes, absolutely. I want to take the time real quick to help and say thanks to one of our sponsors with Intel. Intel Inspires includes a series of esports events and showcases to create the essential pipeline for high school gamers, from youth to college all the way to pro. The featured titles are Fortnite, League of Legends, and of course Rocket League. A series of online tournaments with over 5,000 high school players will lead to a virtual combine where colleges can network with top high school players and leaders in collegiate sports. $250,000 in scholarships will be awarded to players, and up to 50 colleges who recruit a player from Intel Inspires will receive $2,000 to $5,000 towards that student's tuition. That's a nice little chunk right there. Colleges can register at avgl.org/Intel Inspires. Colleges in any phase of their esports program can register. And as I look back up, it is a 3-0 lead. Lackawanna County with the lead.
And it was Dominusor who put up his second goal of this afternoon. And down 3-0 against the second half team, Shane. What is that pep talk looking like? Oh, boy, with the hat trick, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a hat, take it off, throw it to the ceiling like Bobby Schmurda. Because we have a hat trick. Dominusor is not playing games. And right now, if you are UAlbany, it's not just about winning this thing, because right now that doesn't look likely. It is about getting some momentum, because it's going to be winner take all if this thing does go to the 5th match. And right now you have Dominusor on fire. You have to break his rhythm, or else he's going to keep this up next game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit it right on the head. You cannot allow Dominusor and this Lackawanna team to come into game 5 if it's looking like there's going to be a game 5, but you cannot allow them to come in on a roll with confidence, because we've seen the defensive stand out. We have not seen an offensive attack from Lackawanna like we have in this game already. And if you allow them to bring that into game 5, you're in for a long night.
Again, big shout out to Intel Inspires. $2,000 to $5,000. If I handed you $3,500 right now and you had 30 minutes to spend it, what are you buying?
Probably some more gaming gear, you know. But I need a couple new controllers. I just got a new computer, so I'm excited for waiting for that to come in. That's probably what I would use. I would use it to put a down payment on my computer.
I like it. Good idea. I would buy 150 copies of Rocket League. That's what I would buy. I think my math is correct. I think it's $20, and I think that math checks out. And with the excess money, I would save it for when Rocket League 2 comes out. That's what I would do. 1 minute remaining, and it is all Lackawanna right now, making Scranton, PA, and Michael Scott proud. The paper company is smiling from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and the UAlbany Great Danes are likely gearing up for that 5th and final matchup. We were hoping for a game 7, well, game 5 in this case, but oh my gosh, JK full shizzle. This is what we were talking about. Right now, Lackawanna is getting everybody involved. They're in rhythm, and in that 2 minutes of downtime between matches, that rhythm stays. It carries over. UAlbany has to prove that they can stop the bleeding, or like you said, Scranton, or Lackawanna rather, goes into this final game with all the momentum.
Yeah, and unless UAlbany is able to score some goals, just to kind of get the momentum back on the side, this game is clearly out of reach. But like we said, there's one. See, that's what I think was important. I think that goal right there, obviously this game is out of reach, but that goal right there is important to put Lackawanna County on notice that, hey, we're still here and we're going to come back in game 5. And we're going to give you guys a run for your money. This 5-0 stuff, I think, is done.
Yes, indeed. And a big shout out to the Syracuse Orange, who are certainly watching this, because whoever wins, well, they need to do some scouting. Whoever wins is going to face them tomorrow in the semifinals as we tick-tock the final seconds of this match. Lackawanna College Falcons representing the JUCO ranks. And again, Lackawanna 3-2 in the spring season before COVID hit. Not an ECAC member, but very happy to have them part of this current tournament. UAlbany 5-0 back in the spring, currently 2-1 in the fall season. And I say that to say this is the final matchup. So I say the records to say throw out the records. We have 2 evenly matched teams. Winner take all. Do you want your season to continue or not? Well, you better get a win here.
Yeah, and this is quarterfinals game 5 Oh, this is exciting. This is the first Game 5 that we have had this morning, this fine Saturday afternoon on the East Coast. And this is what it's all about. Getting down to Game 5. It's a must-win. Obviously, this is all the marbles that'll get you to the semifinals. So not all the marbles, all the quarterfinal marbles.
The quarterfinal. This is for some of the marbles.
Some of the marbles, a quarter of the marbles.
Take the marbles, divide them by 4, and keep that quarter. That's how many marbles this is for, but it still matters. And we are off to the races. And once again, Shane, it's been interesting how it seems like a different player in the previous 4 matchups has stepped up. Sometimes it's Acoustic Bacon, sometimes it's Kaiju, sometimes it's Fezbot.
Yeah.
And that's awesome to see. Everybody is contributing, and it makes it difficult because you don't know who to focus on. And that makes it just so fun to watch. Oh, and almost an early goal right there for Albany, not able to capitalize, and also great defense by Lackawanna.
Yes, and there's an open goal right there, and it's off the top of the goal. Not going to make it in. But yeah, Brock, you said it. I mean, we're seeing everybody contribute, especially from the Lackawanna side. But really, I can say that about UAlbany as well. Everybody's contributing. Everybody is communicating, and it's showing out because otherwise we wouldn't be in a Game 5.
Perfectly put. Again, HV GamerCon 2020. This will be the final round of the final match. And the winner of this is going on to the semifinals, a perfect event by HV GamerCon. And it is only Saturday, Sunday. You will have more Rocket League, more Overwatch, more Smash Bros. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Find it wherever you prefer. And of course, also brought to you not just by ESTV, not just by ECAC, not just by CSMG, but also Monster Energy Drinks. If you go to the Twitch chat, specifically the Twitch chat, you will find a link. And if you register with Monster, you will have an opportunity to win a whole bunch of free prizes. So make sure you do that as Acoustic Bacon steps up to the plate. Oink, oink, he says, as we are on the board first.
Yeah, that's an important goal. They have 2 defenders there. Acoustic Bacon able to angle the ball to the far side of the net. It goes in. And how often have we said that first goal is so important? And hopefully it's going to take more than one, I believe. I don't see this game ending 1-0. But maybe that first goal there for Acoustic Bacon and UAlbany will lead to another one here within the next 30 seconds. That's kind of how they go.
It always seems to come in bunches, funny enough. And, you know, Acoustic Bacon loves that near left corner. It feels like almost all of his goals come from that impossible angle. And if you're Lackawanna, you got to notice when he's in that corner, someone is setting him up, and that is where he thrives. We are approaching the halfway mark. 1-0 UAlbany winner take all, moving on to the semifinals to face Syracuse.
Yeah, this is no time for Lackawanna to get tight or get nervous or anything like that. They've shown they can come back. They've shown they can score in bunches, and they just need to do it. They're in the second half. Game 5, people. Game 5. Let's go.
You have to love it. And again, this is looking like the first match. The first match was the lowest scoring one, and it was so much defense. It was both teams trying to figure each other out as a great defensive effort by the UA great. Dang. Incredible effort. Lackawanna's getting so many shots on goal, but there are just so many saves for Albany defensively. But this is looking a lot like the first round of this matchup, where it was so much defense, so much ball going back and forth, and great defense all around.
Yeah, just great defense. I mean, this is the display that we were accustomed to seeing. There in Game 4, Albany didn't really bring the defensive prowess that we were accustomed to seeing in the first 3 games, but they're back now, and they have a goose egg so far right now for Lackawanna County. 1.5 minutes to go in Game 5 quarterfinal round.
90 seconds left. We're crossing the 90-second mark. And Shane, what's the balance? If you're Lackawanna, you need to put some more juice in the offensive efforts, but you also can't just abandon the goal. So where do you find that balance? Or better yet, at what point do you stay balls to the wall, everybody focus on offense because we need to find an equalizer quick?
In about 31 seconds, he falls to the wall. This last 30 seconds, this last minute is about to be very, very exciting. But it's going to be interesting in the last 30 seconds to watch these tactics and how they form, and see if UAlbany then drops back and plays more defense, which I think they're kind of starting to do now. Kind of starting to change the approach just a little bit.
And UAlbany doing everything that they can, like you said, changing their approach. At that point, on the flip side of Lackawanna, you have 3 guys, hey, forget about defense, we're focused on offense. Now for Albany, eventually you say, forget offense, all of you stay on this half of the field.
Yep.
Is that gonna go in? Oh my
That's it.
gosh, Alma soar with the equalizer.
There it is. It is 1-1. With 19 seconds on the clock, Doma Sword gets the equalizer. And we might be heading to OT unless somebody's able to score in these last 60 seconds. And this will be the third game of this series, of this 5-game series that we've seen go into overtime. The ball is close. Oh, and it
9 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2. Again, the game does not end until it hits the ground. That ball hits the ground. We're headed into overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever scores first is moving on to the semifinals. What more could you ask for right now? This is as good as it gets.
Oh, this is awesome. Who wants it more? That's all that matters. Who wants it more? Who's willing to make that play to send their team to the semifinal round?
And right now, we have UAlbany getting close to the Lackawanna goal. UAlbany, no, not able to capitalize. And that ball's headed directly for the goal. Can he punch it in? No. Oh, this is beautiful.
Those long passes always look like they have a chance to go in. Just need one more player that knows that sucker in there. There's another long one. Great save there by JK for Shizzle.
I mean, no team wants to go home here. You can just smell the effort through the screen. Oh, we got a lot of space here. Nope, not able to capitalize. Back and forth. Whoever makes that first mistake is going home.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what all that practice is for. This is what all the communication you guys have gone through. This is the time where it matters the most. Game 5 overtime, and that one post and into the corner. Fastball puts it back in play, but he blows up and is unable to finish it off, leaving Kaiju to clear it. Whew.
Oh, wow. See, my hands are sweating. I can't imagine holding a controller right now. I would be an absolute mess, or a PC. Whatever they're using the game with, I would be worthless. My hand is drenched in sweat, and I'm over here just shoutcasting.
Also, Mom doesn't like to run the AC upstairs. So
Hey, that's also an issue. That might be the biggest issue.
Oh, but this one is not only the third overtime game, but this is the longest period of overtime we have experienced, approaching 2 minutes right now in overtime. Is there a limit to overtime? Is there a limit to what these teams can show us right now?
Not when playoffs are on the line, and fatigue will set in. I mean, mental fatigue is absolutely a thing, and whoever can show more endurance will be moving on to Syracuse in the semifinals. UAlbany with a decent look there, but Lackawanna bounces that ball out immediately. UAlbany again with a look. Here comes the ball. I mean, there's so many shots that have to get close to that goal, but someone has to capitalize.
Yeah, at this point, it's time to just start letting it go, and they kind of have a breakaway here. Are they able to finish it off? No! The sick Kaiju is unable to finish it. YG is able to close this game out. And folks, there you have it. UAlbany coming away with the 2-1 overtime game 5 victory.
Unbelievable. What a hard-fought effort. That is outrageous. Shanji, Kaiju, Acoustic Bacon, incredible effort. That takes every ounce of energy that you have. Best of 5, single elimination. They said, we do not want to go home. They said, Shane, essentially they played a game and a half. That goal came just after the 2:30 mark.
Yeah.
Incredible effort, incredible endurance, a war of attrition that UAlbany Great Danes find themselves on the right side of.
Absolutely. And all that hard work, that fighting, that the ability to continue to come back from a 5-1 loss to Lackawanna in game 4 and able to pull it together just enough in game 5 to push their team to the semifinal round tomorrow.
That is exactly right. Almond Green, our partner, will be stepping in tomorrow for the semifinals. And let's give a quick recap for the day. Our very first matchup, we had Johnson and Wales. No, we did not have Johnson and Wales. We had West Virginia Potomac, who got swept by Stockton College out of New Jersey. Our second matchup, we had Thomas College, who got swept by Johnson and Wales University. Thomas College out of Maine, Johnson and Wales out of Providence, Rhode Island. So Stockton and Johnson and Wales will face off tomorrow first in the semifinals. And we had Syracuse, who swept Louisiana Tech, and UAlbany just won an absolute barn burner of a showdown against Lackawanna. Shane, Stockton, Johnson and Wales, Syracuse, UAlbany. Right now, who do you have favored to win this whole thing tomorrow?
I think right now, I got to go with Syracuse. I think that their scoring power is just way too much. But we were privy to some defense here by UAlbany. I almost said it again. By UAlbany. But I think if I had to choose one team after what we've seen today, I mean, all teams really, really performed well. I would have to say Syracuse as the victor.
I'm going to take Syracuse as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is not over. We also have Overwatch and Super Smash Brothers, where this feed right here is going to go directly into the Overwatch feed, I believe. But Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash will all have semifinals and finals matchups tomorrow right here. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you want to watch the stream. A big thank you to CSMG for having us. A big thank you to ECAC. A big thank you to ESTV, the US's first 24/7 linear esports channel. Thank you to all of our competitors who took part, and congratulations to those who are not going to advance. Congratulations on a great fall season and a playoff run. Thank you to Intel Inspires and Monster Energy for sponsoring this event. Shane, any final words? I'm running out of breath.
You did a really good job. It was a pleasure to be able to do this with you. Once again, always fun. Thank you to everybody for having us and allowing us to be a part of it. We will see you next time.
A huge thank you to Colton, our producer, as well, coming out of Hawaii. I don't mean to put out too much info, Colton, but there's a lot of homes in Hawaii, so no one is going to be able to find you, I promise. Colton is up at 2 a.m. this morning, working his butt off, and God knows what time he will be up tomorrow. I pray for you, Colton, but this is not possible without you as well. Thank you for your effort, and you will find Amon Green in this seat tomorrow for some championship Rocket League matchups. You guys have a great afternoon. Get ready for some Overwatch.
More and more people are raising the green flag to save on fees with easy choice checking from M&T Bank. Now it's your turn to wave it proudly. Join in today at any branch.
I'm on